to the broadcast, live trading broadcast. Today is Friday, and the markets are gapping down. Obviously, we all know the news, tensions in the Middle East, Israel, Iran. So there should be a fair amount of opportunities today. However, I was hoping the markets would open a little bit more lower. We've had quite a significant bounce in the grand scheme of things. Let's just look at, first things first, we're going to start off with SPY, S-P-Y. And if you're on YouTube, wherever, my SPY chart, we drew this max pain level in yesterday, which was a move down to 593.77 and change. And that was your head and shoulders downside target. You can see the head and shoulders pattern on the hourly chart of SPY. And if you draw a measurement tool right down from the high of the head to your neckline, you basically get the maximum downside to 593.77 and change. And we actually hit that in the pre-market. In the lows of the pre-market, we actually tagged pretty much the downside move of SPY, which is pretty extraordinary. We have a pre-market low all the way down around 594, exactly 594 on SPY. So you can see we're already at a $5 bounce to the upside, which is pretty big, very, very big. So that takes a little bit of the volatility out of the mix. I was not hoping to see that in the morning, but nevertheless, we are seeing SPY pushing here to the upside. So again, traders, investors are conditioned to buy the dip, and it does seem like we're right at the neckline where SPY wants to open. So currently speaking, obviously we're about just less than an hour away from the market open, and S&P 500 is testing the neckline and this upsloping wedge pattern. Very, very, very interesting for SPY. So the question is, at the open, do we get rejected here, or do we just keep floating and grinding to push for that gap? Probably going to do a little bit of a peekaboo retrace. There is a good risk to reward short zone, around this 599 zone. I would let it pierce. I would let it push to about 599.50, 599.60. I think we can start inching in for a potential short, because you've just basically had a one-way freight train to the upside as people are slapping the buy button. It's been a float and grind. And obviously that prior day low on SPY is sitting at 599.52. So that'll be an interesting area, I think, to potentially try to scalp short. We'll see if that wants to press, but what an astonishing move back to the upside on SPY. Really, really just showing you how much force there is behind this bull market in the near term. And if we look at the daily chart of SPY, what did we really come down to and tag? We almost tagged that 20-day moving average, which is coming up to around 593. If we actually look at ES minis actually pierced the 20-day moving average, and you got wicked right back up. So ES kind of shows you that rally as well. Buy the dip in full force. Look at that grind just higher. And obviously, stock markets have a tendency to climb after war. You get that initial jolt down, and then we typically do see higher price weeks to months later. Looks like maybe even today we're going to see higher price. We'll see. I think the big thing that we have to really consider today is WTI crude oil. That's right now up 6.84%. It has taken a nice little pullback. In the overnight session, you hit a high around 74.60-ish. Pretty astonishing on crude oil there, WTI crude. So 74.60. It's up 6.7% still. And you can see this beautiful parallel channel that crude is trading in, and we actually tagged the high of that range. Pivot high, pivot low, pivot high, pivot high, pivot high, pivot high. So there is a lot of resistance here at the 74 level. But the question is, will crude oil push back up to the highs of the session? Let's look at the intraday pattern. The intraday pattern on crude oil is still looking very strong. You have a little mini inverse head and shoulders potentially on the 15-minute chart. So obviously energy stocks, as long as this WTI crude remains firm, we're probably going to see still buy the dip. You know, names like XOM had a big, really big gap up in the overnight session from 109 to 113. You look at ticker RIG. I wish I was still holding my RIG calls. We took 120% gain, but that probably would have went like 300%, give or take. I'm still holding CTRA, $26 June 20th calls. So those went in the money yesterday and they were up nicely. And we're already pushing $27. So they're a whole dollar in the money. And I'm probably going to be looking to take profits. I'm hoping that we can fill the gap intraday around 27.30, but I'll probably take a trim at the open on the CTRA $26 calls. Those will be nice and juiced at the open. And then I'll probably be looking for a full exit around gap fill. So CTRA, again, we took profits on RIG not too long ago. This was one that was kind of lagging, still holding those $26 calls, so we'll take some profits on those. Other than that, I mean, if you look at really the whole energy complex, it is going to be the strongest market today. A lot of stocks are pushing. Oxy's pushing. XOM, Chevron. You know, if you want to play XLE or XOP, those are still very strong itself. Look at XLE pushing 89, trying to hunt that gap around 93. We'll see if that works out. Let's take a peek at natural gas since we're already discussing the markets. Natural gas, really no reaction. I mean, a little bit of a wick. You see all these little top wicks on natural gas? That's looking pretty bearish in my mind. The fact that even with tensions, you're getting a potential bearish cross of the 7 and 20 on the daily chart, that's not a good sign. Again, that one could be a potential short intraday. Oops. All right, let's take a look at the Dixie today. The Dixie catching a little bit of a bid. I still have the Dixie going lower to about 96.80-ish. But we're getting close to a little bit of a local bottom in the Dixie, which can be a little bit, I guess, a bit of a headwind for the markets. If we see the Dixie finally start to bottom, it's getting very close in my opinion. Very close, but not there yet. Let's look at yields today. So yields are obviously down on the session. They did have a little bit of a spike higher in the overnight session. That was part and parcel due to the fact that oil spikes so tremendously high. If oil spikes, obviously what's that going to do? Put an upward pressure on the inflationary trends. So we still have central bankers trying to fight inflation, bringing it down to that mandate target, which it's pretty much well on its way. But remember, we've had a declining oil price for really the last couple of years here, since at least you can mark that Russia high Ukraine invasion. Oil's been putting in lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. So the big problem is if oil takes out this high pivot around 79 bucks, that signifies a potential trend change. And that would not be good. That would not be good. All right, let's look at the IWM now. So IWM obviously gapping down. Also off of the lows, you'll have support around 208.35. Let's just see where we opened in the pre-market. Yeah, so you have a low of 208.30. That's exactly where you have support around 208.45, 208.30. So I'd watch for those levels on IWM. That would be another scalp entry. If markets ever retested those pre-market lows, those are clinical buy zones. In terms of what I'm looking to do on SPY today, I'm not looking to go long here. My first long level would be, just give me a second with this. See it here. So we had that long level that we drew on the charts yesterday around that 598.30 zone, 598.15. We are kind of into that zone right now. But because the gap down was so big, I'd be more inclined to wait a little bit. We are piercing the 7-day. On the 4-hour chart of SPY, we have the 20 moving average sitting around 597.37. That could be a bit of a long trade. In and around this zone, I'll highlight it on the chart. So I'd look for, if we pushed into the 597.40-ish, I would consider a long. Move that level off of the chart. But just keep in mind, remember SPY max pain is right down around 594. So I don't like when we have that large move to the upside. So the head and shoulders is triggered. Good morning, Sarfrez. All right, if anyone trading the QQQ Nasdaq, that's trading down as well, 527. Obviously, you can see on the daily chart, 4-hour chart, the Nasdaq has really broken down here, falling outside of its wedge pattern. Remember, we were discussing this upsloping wedge pattern. One of the reasons why we were taking a lot of trims on some of our positions. Obviously, we entered some long positions, but we're well hedged in this market. We have a lot of shorts on the table, and we'll discuss some of those moves that we're going to be trimming at some point today. But nice daily chart breakdown out of the wedge. QQQ, you're going to have support at this gap fill. Which is sitting around 524, and if we look in the pre-market where the Qs actually hit, yeah, wow, you hit a pre-market low right at that gap fill, 524.61. 524.61. And if we measure that head and shoulders downside move on the Qs, just depending on where you want to do your shoulder, will be the conservative. Alright, so let's draw this neckline. Yeah, so max downside move on the Qs, or the pattern of the head and shoulders, takes you down to about at 524. 524. So that's still about a $3 point drop from currently where we are. Notice the Qs are actually lagging SPY. So Qs are trading at 527 right now. They really haven't come up to test the neckline, but the S&P has, and that's part and parcel because the S&P still has some sectors that are performing, specifically around energy and a few utility stocks. Anonymous saying, I kept myself to 475 Microsoft puts. Let's see if we can get some profits. Yeah, we'll discuss some of those trades. We'll discuss. Let's see what Edward is saying here. Good morning, Paul. Edward's saying, does it make sense to close the calls on Verizon, Lulu, etc. when the market goes higher? Yeah, you can. You can. This is why I never added to Lulu, because it's one of those things that just kept on falling and falling and falling. Verizon I still like. Verizon's not bad. I might even add into Verizon today. It's actually holding steady in a very, very weak tape. So I still like ticker VZ for the long. One that's really troublesome is this NCLH. That's coming into support. I might consider adding as well on NCLH. What I'm thinking is closing a lot of these put options that we've taken and rolling into some more longs, because this market's still in a very strong uptrend despite the war. I still think that we can likely head higher. Sarfer is asking about Adobe. Let's take a peek at ADBE. Obviously it had earnings. You had wicks everywhere. If we flip to that pre-market on Adobe, take a look at that high spike on ADBE. You hit a high of around 440, almost 445 on the high wick, and then a low of around 402.47. So Adobe could potentially try to retest this little bit of a wick pattern where it hit around a low of 402. But in terms of a day trade long, you have some minimal support here. I would prefer it if it swept this low, and if the market caught a bid and you were sweeping this low, so call it into the 394. It's an aggressive area, 394.50. More conservatively, the 383 gap zone. Let's see if we have 4-hour chart support on Adobe. So no real 4-hour. What about the weekly chart? Weekly chart, you did get that bullish crossover. Not much moving average support in and around the zone for ADBE. Let's see if we have a fib level from this recent little breakout zone. Alright, so that sits at 390.85. If we pull it all the way down to here, 388. So yeah, Adobe around 390, you could potentially get a little bit of a bounce. You're into that gap window, you'd sweep this little low pivot. That's an aggressive buy around 390.70. If you want to be more conservative, you wait for the gap fill and even a piercing gap fill around 380, just below 381. So again, some of your biggest movers in the energy sector: RH, Fang, Fresh Pet, I don't know what the hell that is, Devon Energy, MCore, APA, Oxy, OVV. Some of your laggers today: Cincinnati Financial Group, Exact Sciences, DNA, Ginkgo Bioworks, United Airlines, CCL, Delta, American Airlines, so on and so forth. And obviously with extra rising fuel costs, airlines bottom line typically gets a little bit stretched. Their profit margins start to change. They have to re-rate their prices to pass it on to the consumer, and the inflation cycle begins. Go figure, Apple is actually holding steady in the pre-market, so that name is green despite the tape getting hit. The Nasdaq down 1.26%. You have Microsoft right now, that's down a little bit, trading at 474. So we'll see if Microsoft wants to end the week with that would be a nasty little, this is what I think could happen with Microsoft. So imagine Microsoft ends the week with a bearish engulfing candle on the weekly chart. That would cause a huge potential failed breakout on the weekly. If Microsoft were to do that, you would have to fall another 1.5% on MSFT from current levels. That could happen. So I'm watching Microsoft closely again today, because if we get a bearish engulfing candle or a weekly topping tail on the weekly chart, that would be something stunning, that's for sure. That would be such a high pivot, all-time high breakout liquidity sweep of this previous high. That would be crazy if we got that. And remember, a lot of people are going to be buying into Microsoft because it's the leader, it's the largest company by pretty much a long shot right now. Alright, let's look at NVDA. NVDA also down, trading just below 143. Notice NVIDIA hasn't broken its upsloping wedge pattern yet. So NVIDIA is still holding steady, but then you look at the QQQ daily chart, and the Qs are actually breaking that upsloping wedge pattern. So there's still obviously strength in NVIDIA and some semis, but I do think that we could see NVIDIA potentially make a little peekaboo breakout to the downside. Let's look at Tesla, TSLA. There might be a day trade long on Tesla today, guys. I'm so glad I exited my 360 calls at break even, because those are just getting absolutely smashed. And I would love to see Tesla fill the gap today for a day trade long around 308. That could easily happen. If you look at where we went in the pre-market, let's throw on those after hours, extended hours. So Tesla's low in the pre-market is around 309.44. It's a big level. I would want it into the 308.60 gap. So I'm very interested. And the nice thing about Tesla right now is you are trying to sit right on that 7-day moving average. Okay. All right, Amazon. So Amazon's one of those stocks that was also affected by the net outage. Its AWS services were definitely affected. That's down about trading at 209. I would really only consider it at the 20-day moving average, which is sitting right around 207.50 zone on Amazon. Other than that, nothing really that I'm seeing on Amazon other than that daily 20 moving average back test. I think a lot of charts are going to be set up the same way, at least in mega cap tech land. Meta down about almost $9 there, trading at 684, breaking that wick low. Again, another name that I would really only consider it if we flushed back into that pre-market low around 679 on META. Let's see the 4-hour chart. Yeah, you're getting a little bearish cross of the key moving averages. Google. All right, so we still have a little bit of shares, 3 contracts remaining off of the 177.50 puts that we took yesterday with Anonymous, and those will wake up green. I'm looking to close those up at the open. So again, the 177.50 puts, I took them around $2. I'm looking to close those at the open. Google's one that's interesting. It's one of the charts that I actually like the best in terms of mega cap tech space. You can see Google's hitting this upsloping trend line literally as we speak. And the nice thing about the Google intraday chart, we actually displayed it yesterday in the live trading session, the power hour session, that Google triggered this head and shoulders pattern. So Google definitely was showing some distribution signs, and that was on the back of the net Cloudflare outage. And that triggered its head and shoulders pattern. The downside move I was only expecting was a pierce of 175. So these puts are going to wake up nice. Those are absolutely printing. But Google's actually into an area where I think we could get a bounce on Google. It's a little bit more of a zone that I would consider a scalp long. Definitely is. Let me just quickly do a couple other things here. See if we're hitting any sort of a fib retrace level. So you're piercing through the 236. We bring it all the way down. Yeah, you can see if we bring it all the way down from the low pivot to the high pivot, Google around 170, 170 is a potential long, guys. That's actually a decent setup. 171, 71, 71, 60 for a Google long. I'll mark that level for a potential trade. Yeah, CCL is hurting for sure. CCL gapping down, and this is along with all transportation stocks. Really, if we look at the Dow Jones transports, this is going to get clobbered today. You can already see the Dow Jones transports. It's almost like people knew, right? Look at this bearish chart. Oh, that's Trump's ticker. Sorry, it always pulls that up. Where's the Dow Jones transport? So the Dow Jones transports is going to get hit pretty hard today, in my opinion. Obviously, transport stocks, their biggest input cost is fuel and gasoline. So oil today spiking tremendously high is going to put a lot of pressure on these names. Look at the Jets ETF. I was actually considering going long the Jets ETF, and I'm glad I didn't. But breaking down as well. AAL dropping quite substantially. Those charts were looking somewhat decent, and huge breakdowns in these names. Alright, let's scroll through some of, I'm just gonna scan the pre-market here, see if there's any other setups. And then we'll discuss some of our trades. So Bitcoin obviously was down in the overnight session, and it is starting to recapture some key levels. So that's actually very good to see Bitcoin trying to push back above that previous little breakdown zone. A lot of buy the dip strength. I still think Bitcoin has a chance to hit about 113, 114. So I think we should have a spike high move. But if we break this little bit of a bearish pattern around 101, then we can likely test 85, 86,000. But for now, Bitcoin's living to fight another day, and it is bouncing quite nicely with the indices itself. Alright, so Micron short, we have common shares and we have put options. Again, my average on MU short is 114.80. So I'm still holding that on the short side with common shares, and I'm riding the 110 puts. 110 puts, we'll see if we can get those. That's a swing trade, so I still think that we have a lot more downside on MU. Just want to draw in some of these support pivots here. But MU is trying to hold these three little pivot highs here. And MU's chart, again, very extended on the weekly. Still very strong name. But we'll ride those puts. We'll still hold those. That one is trying to trend lower. Not really catching a significant bounce here. Breaking down out of this bearish wedge pattern. You can see Micron had a really bearish wedge pattern. And one could argue there is a head and shoulders pattern that's triggered on MU. Here's your left shoulder, your head, right shoulder. Pretty big downside move that could occur off of this name. We're talking about a 3.546% move from the neckline, which would put MU so head and shoulders target on Micron is around 109.87. That would take our 110 puts in the money. That's kind of what I'm looking for. Maybe we get that today if the markets really want to give up the goods. SMCI obviously under pressure as well. It's still a strong chart. I mean, but SMCI does look like it wants to potentially test this lower boundary trend line again. Pivots, which could put it back down to about 41.16. 41.16 it looks like SMCI wants to test. At least what this chart has going for it is it's really not overbought. You're still in a very tight bull flag range. Trying to curl to the upside. I do like the fact that you filled the gap to the downside in amongst this consolidation. So I still think that SMCI is one that eventually is going to play catch up and break out to the upside. But as of now, it's going to be trading with the market. So nothing really we can do there. Oracle only down by about 0.44% on the session. Let's look at SOX today, SOXS. So we took a long entry on SOXS at 9.59, just with some common shares to hedge some of this market volatility in the event that we saw downside. So that's going to be slightly green. We also took a hedge on Yang. So we entered Yang at 30.53. That's moving up quite nicely here in the pre-market. That's short China equities. We're already up about 6 just over 6% on that trade. We have some runners on net, Cloudflare net, ticker NET. And we took the 175 puts yesterday around this 178, 179 level. That obviously we trimmed the majority of the contracts, but that's making new lows, so therefore our contracts should make new highs. And I think that net, we could get a day trade long potential if we pierce this 20-day moving average. So around 166.47. I do like this for potential long around 166.50 for ticker NET. That one is actually on watch for a day trade scalp. I'll put that chart on watch. You can see the pre-market low around 166.30. Obviously that came under pressure with the outage. So I'll be looking to trim those contracts, or pretty much exit those contracts at the open. Ticker NET. We'll be well up over 100% on those contracts, the runners. So OKLO is another one that we're riding the $60 puts. Had that huge topping tail yesterday, gapping down today. It did hit $60 in the pre-market. Obviously, it's getting a bounce. I still think that we can retest this previous pivot high, taking our $60 puts in the money. So that's another name that if we get in the money today, I'd look to be taking profits on those $60 puts as well, okay? So June 20th, $6 puts, we enter at 220. All right, Palantir, PLTR. So that's another put play that we took not too long ago. We took the 133 July 3rd put at 485. We basically shorted around this 138.10 level. That's now in the money slightly. I'm still looking for a little bit more downside. I would like to see a back test of the 7-day moving average, which is sitting right around that 130 level. But considering that these puts are in the money, if you want to trim, by all means, but I'm going to look to maybe press those down a little bit more. We'll have to see how the S&P likes to open here. All right. Let's take a look at our Carvana short, CVNA. That's obviously green on the session. That one's gapping down as well. Down nicely. That'll put us up on the trade just by about 6% or so. Let's look at our Roblox put, RBLX. So that's another one that we took yesterday. We took the $94 put June 27th at 221. That put is in the money, breaking below the 7-day moving average. I'd love to see Roblox hit about 92 bucks. 92 bucks. It's a very extended chart. Let's look at where we traded in the pre-market. You'll have some support on the 4-hour chart around 92.50. So we'll watch that for sure. Let's see where we hit a low in the pre-market. Yeah, 92.80. 92.80 is a big, big zone there too. Pre-market low. Hopefully we can retest that area. So realistically at the open, I'm looking to exit my net puts. I'm looking to exit my Google puts. I'm looking to manage Roblox puts. Looking to manage those Okla puts, Palantir puts. I'm also going to exit my CTRA calls. That's the energy play. So I'm probably not going to be taking trades right off the open. I'm just going to be managing some of the positions. So within the first 5-10 minutes, I got about 7 positions that I have to manage. Again, I'm going to be taking profits on CTRA, Google puts, net puts, managing Oklo. But we will see what we want to, and then obviously managing some of the other long positions. We are down on a couple long positions. Again, these are starter entries. I'm looking to potentially maybe accumulate a little bit more with some of the profits that we're going to take off of the open. It'll free up some liquidity. One bad trade on my part is this NCLH. That one really is getting hit to the downside. This was looking like such a strong chart. And it's gapping down quite sharply here, down by about 5.34%, getting absolutely hammered. Now, the only thing is that you are into some support here to potentially buy and accumulate. See the weekly chart. You're back testing that weekly impulse green candle, piercing the weekly 7. So a pretty big shakeout, fake out here. Let me just see this trend line. Did we fill that gap to the downside? Yeah, we did. We did. So there's going to be quite a bit of action off of the open. If you guys want to shout any other tickers, feel free to let me know. Let's look at some of these other active stocks today. Plug Power gapping down a little bit here. GME, that's obviously still under pressure. 21.99. Again, I like GME around 21.38 for potential bounce. Maybe a pierce of 21 bucks. I'd have to consider where that goes. Let's look at AMD. AMD's obviously hitting some support here at these previous pivot highs. A nice 3-bar surge gap down on the daily. That's actually an interesting setup, guys. AMD is actually an interesting setup. Let me check something out here. Yeah, keep that level on watch. So AMD, a nice 3-bar surge reversal on the daily, tapping or coming into the 20-day moving average around 115.60. And you have a Fibonacci retrace level, your first little fib level, as well as several pivot highs support. So that one is a potential bounce around 115, just above 115. Very interesting. I'm actually going to keep that one on watch for a bit of a scalp long. You can see SPY's really starting to come a little bit lower here, breaking 598. Stocks like XYZ are yet again coming back into some support. Ticker AI looking a little bit weak today, breaking down. Let's see where Tesla is. All right, Tesla's starting to come lower. I like Tesla again into that gap fill. If I'm not watching it at the time, guys, Tesla at gap fill 308 is a very interesting opportunity that I will absolutely try to scalp long. So I think it's risky to buy within the first 5 minutes because we could still knife down and retest pre-market lows. Obviously, investors and traders are preconditioned to just hit the buy order, slap the buy at the open off of gap downs. It typically has a very high success rate if you buy gap downs. So I'm very interested in buying the gap down today, but I just want to see how things open. And I will be managing a few other trades. But Apple's showing some strength today. That's definitely an interesting stock. It's diverged from the market, right? Not really been participating, and of course in a day of turmoil, people are wanting Apple. Well above 200 now. Quite crazy, eh? How these stocks move. Very, very crazy. Let's see the intraday pattern on Apple. Look at Apple just retesting pre-market high, making new highs. Wow. Apple does have the little bit of this inverse head and shoulders on the 15-minute chart, which it has broken out of. So go figure. Apple trying to hold this market. So Apple does have a potential target of around 202 today, based off of this inverse. Very interesting. Very interesting Apple move. So the UVXY is up about 8.72%. Very strong move. You have the Russell 2000 down 1.5%. That's leading the charts to the downside. Then the Qs. There's a really big divergence between the Qs and SPY today. I think SPY definitely favors long trades if you're looking to trade indice options. QQQ puts are probably favored at this point. Again, Apple's still holding steady. NVDA down 1.63, Tesla down 2, Amazon down 1.9, Meta down 1.3, Google down 1.79, SMCI down 2.44, the SOXX is down 2.24, Bitcoin only down by about 0.83%, regional banks slightly down, crude oil still up about 6.32%. Adobe down by about 4.64. A little bit of strength in some individual healthcare stocks. Just quickly scrolling through the rest of the major indices here. Really no data. We have a little bit of data at 10 a.m. It's nothing crazy here. You have the consumer sentiment preliminary report, so nothing crazy for data set. All right. So we have about 15 minutes here, 14 minutes till the open. If there's any quick tickers you guys want to take a peek at, let me know. But we may have a little bit of a SPY trade that I'm eyeing around this 597 Pierce zone. 597 Pierce zone on SPY. That's where we could have a little bit of a quick bounce off of the open and then potentially a continuation. So that's the level that I'm eyeing up on SPY. And I'll put that chart up here. So right into these previous little pivots from Tuesday, this pivot low. It's an aggressive buy, but it could work out. NVIDIA is still falling a little bit. Let's look at this other name. So again, the head and shoulders has triggered on SPY intraday. Let's see if we want to retest the lows of the pre-market. Should be a bit of a chase on the energy front as people look to get long energy stocks. I'd want to see a little bit more of a lower retest in oil. Oil can pierce 71 bucks. Aggressive buyers can be around that $70 level on WTI crude. USO, let's take a look at USO while we wait for the market open. Yeah, USO is just ripping here. I would consider shorting oil. You know, let's just see here. Let me put on this USO chart. Huge move to the upside on USO. Weekly chart. So we have a couple little resistance levels on USO. And you can see USO's into its first little resistance. Trend line from that October 2018 high. Look where we're tagging right now, right on the weekly chart. That's a pretty big resistance level. If you get through that though, which I think there's a possibility, then I'm really looking at, I would take a short scalp on USO around 82, just below 83 bucks. Right around that 82.60 area, I would consider shorting USO for a day trade scalp. Starfire's wanting to look at Octa. Let's take a peek at Octa. OKTA. Actually, yeah, this is getting there. This is actually getting there. You're breaching that 50% retrace. Nice observation. I actually do like it. Let me just see which level. Octa does look good. So daily chart 99.30. We had a nice little area. We are below that. Bart saying started test along at 311.75. Okay. Nice, nice. So there is this little gap fill on the daily chart of OKTA. Just isolate that level. $98.28. There is a little bit of a gap fill there on OKTA. Let's see where the pre-market went. Yeah, so right around that vicinity. So that actually looks pretty decent, OKTA. We should have a nice intraday positive divergence. Yeah, that looks good. I would consider going long OKTA. Now, I don't know what the options chain is looking like, but I might just do common shares on OKTA long. Probably just do common shares. Keep OKT on watch. I'm actually going to keep that chart open myself. Only have common shares right now on GLD, Bart. Those June puts were closed quite a while ago, but I only have common shares short on GLD. Down a little bit on that position. On 306.46 is where I entered. But GLD is simply a monster, obviously with tension skying. We are going to sweep, looks like the highs on GLD here with gold surging to make a new all-time high. Does look like gold's going to surge and make another all-time high, breaking out of a beautiful inverse head and shoulders on the daily 4-hour chart. So GLD is definitely under some pressure. But I would probably only add to gold short around 35.20, a pierce of that all-time high. All right, so AMD's on watch, Okta's on watch. But I'll likely be closing some positions right at the open. Again, Google, those puts absolutely printed for us. That's another one. If Google flushes into a pierce to that fib level, I like it a lot. So there's quite a few interesting. We have AMD, Okta, Google for a long. Tesla is still obviously of interest, but it's a little bit more farther away. SPY is bouncing ahead of that little initial support level. So again, a SPY around a pierce of 597, I like it a lot. A pierce of 597, I like it a lot. All right, 3 minutes till the open. SPY, Google, AMD, Okta for some potential longs, but I am looking to trim some of those CTRA calls, as well as some of the net puts, Google puts. I'm looking to exit Google and net at the open. Net should be printing at the open. And SPY pierce of 597, I'd consider the long trade. I'd buy the 597 calls. All right. Here, SPY under a bit of pressure at the open. I'm keeping the 15-minute chart open just for a larger term time frame. We'll narrow it down as the market wants to fall here a little bit. All right, I've closed my Google puts at $4.95. Beautiful. That's the first little win of the session. Right off the open there. Holy. Nice little bounce in the major indices. Really solid bounce. Let's see Okta again. So Google level is not being tagged. Okta is still coming in a touch here. Okta's close to a long. Still watching it. Cloudflare, NET. Markets are getting a nice bounce here. I'm all out of my Cloudflare puts. And sorry, I'm not going to be writing the alerts until we settle in here. There's just too much to do. It's on the S&P 500, a very big bounce. Friggin' Oracle's just a monster again. That's pushing back to the high side. New all-time high on Oracle. Big bounce on Microsoft. SPY is coming up into a short zone here. SPY's about to backtest that key moving average. Wow. Huge bounce. NVIDIA obviously getting a really big bounce off of its key trend line. Google really big bounce. Everything's bouncing as a whole. Alright, this is a short zone on SPY. It's aggressive, but it is a bit of a short zone on SPY. SMCI is still down by about 2.3. Oh, look at that reversal on some of these energy names. Crude oil is starting to weaken just a touch. Tesla obviously seeing a bit of sell side. Big bounce on Okta. If anyone took Okta, nice bounce on Okta. Pretty much everything caught a bounce. AMD's weak a little bit. It's not really catching a bounce. It is trying to hold that 20 moving average. Again, this is an aggressive short zone on SPY. Anyone that took that, I'm too busy managing some other positions for now. But that is a little bit of a short zone. You can already see the reversal. Let's look at Apple. Apple seeing some distribution, back testing its little inverse head and shoulders breakout zone. NVIDIA still very, very strong. Hershey's green, Merck is green, so you're still seeing some accumulation in this market. You are seeing some accumulation. AMD's going green. Alright, SPY's coming in for another wave of selling. A really big bounce across the board. Let's see if it wants to hold. Let's throw on two SPY charts here. We'll go the hourly chart of SPY. SPY right now is testing that pre-market low. Prior day low on SPY, and your head and shoulders neckline, your first little neckline. It pierced it. You can see that it's testing this upsloping wedge pattern neckline as well on SPY. You're getting a bearish cross on the hourly chart of the 7 and 20. You're back testing the 20 on the 4-hour chart. So very, very interesting. But a really solid accumulation bounce in a lot of names. A lot of names are significantly off of their lows here. A lot of names are significantly off of their lows. Just a bit of a chop fest right now in the markets. You could easily get run over if you short, or if you go long. They could dump this market. They could pump it very quickly. These first few minutes are very, very dangerous to enter, especially if you didn't get filled on any sort of a bottom tick there. AMD's still struggling. That one's still coming into a bit of a target zone. Okta had that really nice bounce. Let's look at Adobe. Adobe's really starting to melt down here. 5.77% coming into that gap fill. Adobe struggling immensely. Hershey, what a monster. A chocolate monster. Hershey's just pumping to the high side. Those friggin' calls are just printing. Roblox has turned green. NCLH got a big bounce. Verizon's just flat. Hood slightly negative. Oracle still up about 1.71. Q's and SPY still negative. IWM down by about 1%. Apple's gone back to the negative side. There you go, Apple. That's more like you. So we're just showing you a couple SPY charts here. This 1 minute for the short time frame, and then the hourly, just to show you that we are at very strong resistance. Head and Shoulders max pain move is 593 on SPY. There still will be plenty of opportunity to make some trades in this market. I'm just waiting patiently. It does look like we're melting a little bit. NVIDIA, huge sell candle on NVIDIA, getting absolutely dusted here. Microsoft, look at that bounce on Microsoft. Wow. Crazy, eh? That's crazy. A lot of volatility here. Again, I did exit Net and Google off of the open for a nice Google, absolutely printed there. We also took profits on CTRA. I just haven't had the time to put in the alerts. Yeah, Oracle's still pushing. It's freaking crazy, eh? Oracle's just a monster. I'm tempted to short this market. I'm very, very tempted. Let's go back to oil. Oil taking a bit of a breather and potentially wanting to form its next leg higher. XOM still very, very strong. Rig coming in a little bit here. Let's look at Oxy. Oxy still strong. XLE. XLE still holding steady. Archer Aviation getting clobbered, down 14%. NVIDIA still down 1.3. Wow, SBET down 67%. What the hell happened to SBET? Holy, look at this move on SBET. Down 67%. That's a crazy, crazy, crazy fall to the downside. My oh my. NVIDIA still holding steady. Let's look at Tesla. Tesla's trying to push to the green side. GME's up 3% today. GME up 3. Yep, CTR is all out. I know that took a big reversal off of the open. It's entering an area here where you can potentially try to take it on the long side, but CTRA just dumped off of the open. You had really 2 minutes to exit that position. Our markets potentially are trying. All right, there's a big reversal in the markets. Big reversal down in the markets. We'll see if they want to fade it back down. Remember, we do have a much lower price. A max downside move on SPY is much, much lower. 590, it appears to 594. Pattern, as if market makers are trying to rope in liquidity, seeing which way this market wants to go. SPY is still holding above its pre-market low. Sorry, it's prior day low. I keep saying pre-market, but prior day low is technically holding above on SPY. Tesla's still trying here. NVDA a little bit weaker, seeing some top wicks on NVIDIA. Look at Mr. Softy. So definitely seeing some accumulation in this market still. Apple's still struggling. Qs are down 1%, SPY down 0.65. Bitcoin trying to turn the corner and go green. That's had a nice little rally. MSTR still lagging. Gold up 1.57. Tesla only down 1.3. Oracle still up 2%. Hood is slightly green. Tesla trying to make a break here. Tessie could be roping in some liquidity. Tesla trying to make a little bit of a 1-minute bull flag breakout, but SPY's looking a little weak. Alright guys, I'm thinking I'm going to short SPY here. I'm going to take 599 put options. 0 DTE, it's high risk. My stop loss is a close back above 599.94. I'm going to keep a tight risk on this trade. It's aggressive, but I'm taking 599 0 DT puts on SPY. NVIDIA's trying to firm up. There we go. SPY's starting to move. SPY's starting to move, guys. Come on. Give us a downside. Take us to the low of day. Here we go. These puts are absolutely printing, guys. Puts are printing. Come on. Give us a little bit more. Here we go. 5.99s are coming. 5.99s are absolutely coming. Give us more. Come on. Take us a little bit lower. I'm up 28 cents a con right now. I'm going to move my stop to break even at $1.40. Come on. 5.99s. Take us in the money. Take us in the money. Drop it, drop it, drop it. Drop it. Alright, there's a little spike. Again, my break even is $1.40. On the SPY 5.99 0 DTEs, $1.40. Crude oil weakening a touch. Microsoft's trying to firm up again. Do not let these puts go against you. We're green on the trade. So far we've picked a little bit of a right direction. My average is $1.40 on the 5.99 0 DTs. Come on, give us a nice rejection here. NVDA is trying here. Microsoft's under its key 1-minute moving averages. It's looking good. Tesla's still struggling. Oh, big bounce coming. Again, I have a stop at 140. Apple down 1% now. Microsoft trying to go green. Meta's trying to go green. Beautiful little rejection there. Beautiful. Come on. Let's print on these puts. We're up 33 cents. Let's give us more. Come on. I think we're going to retest the lows. Notice how in the 1-minute chart, SPY made the high off of the head and shoulders neckline. Then it made a little bit of a lower high. We're in a bit of a wedge pattern right now on SPY. A bit of a wedge pattern. Where I think SPY could go is this 1-minute little channel. I think SPY is going to test 597.70. Might want to make one move higher as Microsoft is trying to firm up here. You have a little bit of strength coming back into the picture. Nice. There's 5.99s in the money, guys. 5.99s are in the money. Beautiful. Beautiful little dump, guys. I'm still holding. Microsoft's trying to firm. If you want to take a trim on the 5.99s, they are in the money. It's the prudent thing to do. Just don't let this trade go against you. Again, I'm up about 40 cents on the contracts. Come on. Microsoft's trying to firm up though. It's a bit of a problem. Few stocks are turning green. It's just mega cap tech is weighing in on things. Big reversal on Palantir. Roblox is green again. SMCI really struggling. Come on, SPY. We're still printing on these. Octa's coming into our long level. OKTA is coming into our long level. Alright, guys, I just trimmed on those puts there. I just trimmed. Whoa. Look at that spike on NVDA. Big spike in the markets. Again, do not let the puts go against you. We're still in a zone where they can rip your face off in a one-directional move. Big rejection there on SPY. That could have been a potential fake breakout. Tesla's gone green though. Look at that reversal back lower. Still up about 42 cents a con. This is a trim zone right at that 5.99. Now, if we get rejected here, we should have a flush down to 598 Pierce. 598 Pierce. Microsoft had a little bit of a potential fake breakout there. No, I'm not planning to add to AI yet. I'm ways away from adding to that position. We still got quite a bit of time on those contracts, which is why we took profits on the close. Nice. Yeah, IWM is weaker, the weakest indice right now. CCL is looking like it's going to make a new low of day. That one does look interesting for a short trade for sure. IWM should come lower itself. It's just a matter of whether they want to bounce this market. It depends on how many people are net short and net long, right? They always like to cause that max pain. So I know there is a lot of accumulation occurring underneath the hood of this market because we are seeing stocks bouncing around, some going green, some bouncing significantly off the lows. IWM definitely looking a little weak here. Tesla still trying to hold its positive gains but going negative now. Come on, let's see a big flush. So again, I only have half of my SPY 599 contracts left. I trimmed at $1.80. But I'm expecting another flush. I'm expecting another flush on SPY. I do think that we get that. Apple, look at Apple. What a fake breakout on Apple. Jeez, those market makers really know how to create some pain there. Microsoft coming in, there's SPY. Boom! Look at that, we're almost hitting $2 a contract. This is what I'm talking about. Let's go. Cloudflare NET coming down. NVIDIA coming down. Once Oracle and Microsoft give it up, and I think they will, we're really going to see these markets melt. We will really see these markets melt, guys. And I do have a bounce level on SPY. Pierce of 597. We could aggressively take the 597.60 at the lower boundary range of this channel, but that's an aggressive entry. Look at these puts, guys. They are printing over $2 a con right now. Come on, give us more. Give us more. Being a little bit greedy, but we should head lower. Look at this. We should take out the lows on SPY, guys. We should take out the lows on SPY. Let's go to a little bit of a larger term time frame so you can see SPY getting rejected on the 15-minute chart off of its prior day low. You can see pre-market high was also just sitting right there. So you can see pre-market high rejection at 599.08. Come on, let's flush into the 597s. A little bit of a dip coming. Dip buyers are coming in. Big bounce there on SPY. We should still head lower. How's crude oil doing right now? That one's starting to come in. So crude oil definitely starting to come in here. That actually should help the markets, but I still think we're going to flush a little bit lower. Come on. Give us one more push lower into this 597 zone, 597.60. You do have support there for an aggressive long. If SPY flushes for myself into 597.07 to 596.90, I would take a long around this green line here, 596.94. I'm looking to enter an aggressive long trade on SPY. Okay, I will close all of my puts if we flush into this 597 zone. Okay, come on, give us another wick low. Take us down, take us down. Come on. Here we go, we're melting, we're melting. How's NVDA doing? NVIDIA still below 143. Microsoft still staying very elevated up in this range. Contracts are now at 215. Here we go, new lows. Come on. We're breaching this low. We're sweeping that low liquidity pivot around the 598 level, but we're going to go likely lower, guys. You can see this little channel that we're trading in against. Come on. Contracts are pushing here. We still should have more downside. There still should be more downside. So back to the regular trading hours. SPY is getting oversold on the 15-minute chart. I repeat, 15-minute chart's getting slightly oversold. No positive divergence yet though, which indicates we should still go lower. You could get a little bit of an oversold bounce here if you're wanting to trim at 219. That's a really good zone. But I'm still looking for a little bit more. We're trading at 230 a contract. Come on. We're up 90 cents a contract here. Let's push, let's push. SPY's hitting some support. There is some support here at 598 Pierce. There is some support. I won't lie about that. Microsoft's still very strong. Oracle still phenomenally strong. We can still go lower, guys. We can still go lower. Come on, give us more. Give us more down. We are actually hitting the 4-hour SPY moving average here. We're hitting the 20 moving average on the 4-hour chart, which is why SPY is slowly finding some buyers here. I think we're going to sweep that. Let us sweep that moving average on the 4-hour chart here. Come on. I just took another little trim on my SPY contracts at 227. I trimmed another little trim. Just the prudent thing to do. Holy, look at that. Whoa. My oh my, look at that bounce. Holy. That's insane. That 4-hour chart. Look at that 4-hour chart moving average that we just kissed. And look at that epic liquidity bounce. That likely should get sold into. That bounce is not sustainable. That bounce is not sustainable. That's just how fast things can rip your face off there. Whoa. That was insane. So 4-hour chart support. That's exactly what we're hitting on SPY as seen on the chart here. And that was crazy. That was insane. Sheepers. I still didn't hit my buy level. My buy level is a touch lower. Again, if we hit the lower boundary channel here on the 1 minute chart, around 597.55, I'm exiting all of my calls. I'm glad we took a trim off of this zone. We're still now melting a little bit lower. That was a really big wick bounce. Microsoft curling down a touch. Tesla's still holding steady, but it's under its prior day low. Still quite a bit of weakness in this market that we got to be mindful of. Yeah, you're kind of thinking they want to stop hunt the pivot low. Let's see what you're looking at. Yep, 59.80 on the S&P 500. That makes a lot of sense. And what would that be on SPY? Let me see here. 59.80. What are you on the 1 minute chart? SPY right back down to the lows. So that was just a short covering bounce, likely, and we're just getting sold into. Again, if you didn't trim, a little pullback was a trim zone. I'm still holding contracts. We've trimmed for 67% already. I'm in at $1.40 on the 599s. We caught a beautiful down move. So you're looking for a zone around 596.84 on SPY if you're going, I think, to according to Paul's chart. And that's exactly where I have a bit of a long level. That's where I'm looking to go long on SPY. A sweep of those lows. So I agree with you there, Paul. Micron's still strong. Tesla trying to catch a bounce. NVDA still seeing a bit of distribution. Netflix down on the session. IWM still lagging here immensely. So how I'm treating the rest of these SPY runners, again, my average is at $1.40 on the 599 put. I'm just got to break even at $1.40. Let's see what else we got going on here. Let's look back at Microsoft. Still phenomenally strong. Slightly down on the session, but holding the majority of its gains. Again, Oracle's just running away like a freight train to the upside. Adobe's coming in. Adobe's almost at an aggressive long entry, guys. ADBE is approaching this gap fill. Daily chart, gap fill, ADBE. You can see here. Let me isolate that gap. That's looking like an area of interest for sure. Adobe at gap fill. For a long trade, I would let it maybe even pierce that zone, but we could get a bounce there. So keep that on watch. Ticker ADBE. Let's look at Okta again. Yeah, Okta bounced off of that 98.28 level that I gave. Small little gap fill. I never took a position, but Okta getting a nice little bounce. If anyone that took that, maybe Sarfraz did. Let's look at AMD. AMD also bouncing. Also back testing that 20-day, holding steady. So a lot of stocks are hitting their 20-day. Let's look at Google. Google's holding steady still on the daily chart. NVIDIA daily still trying to hold that wedge. Microsoft daily still very, very strong. Meta daily back testing that 7-day. Potential rejection there. TSLA. Tesla's still holding above its 7-day. I still think Tesla's going to test its 7-day. But obviously, we'll see if it wants to hold. SOXX back above its 7-day. Let's look at crude oil here. Crude oil coming in. There might be an energy trade here. If we can pick a bottom in energy here, let's just see. XOM, did that give up anything? Gave up a little bit. RIG. XLE. XLE pushing back up. CTRA, that was a disgusting dump on CTRA. That's why you got to be ready off of the open. I mean, you had 2 minutes to exit, and then it just dumped. Huge, huge move down. Chevron. It's trying to firm up as well. Let's look back at Apple. Look at Apple, guys. Apple went from the strongest stock in the pre-market to now getting absolutely obliterated. Wow. That's crazy. That's insane. Adobe's coming into that gap fill, guys. Adobe is coming into that gap fill. NVDA. NVIDIA is still seeing a bit of distribution. Wow, Roblox had a stunning bounce back up. Small bounce on net. Base here, it could be at a critical inflection where it does try to move higher. If it doesn't break out above this little 1 minute moving average crossover, then we should have another leg lower. So it's at a very key inflection point here. It's going to decide another move very shortly. We will SPY looking for one more little down leg, and I'm still interested in taking a long on SPY around that 596.90 zone. 596.90, that's where I'd look to. I'm going to exit all of my SPY puts around 597, the low end of this channel, 597.30. But I'm looking to go long for scalp around a pierce of 597. Let's dump on SPY. So we're getting ready to exit the full position on SPY. I am getting ready to exit. Beautiful. All right, here we go, guys. Target for SPY is coming in. That was a nice little cover candle. That was a huge rejection lower. Huge rejection lower. Beautiful. Come on. I'm getting ready to exit all of my SPY puts here. We're testing that zone. Come on. We're up $1 on these contracts. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Come on, we're almost there. I'm so tempted to just close them here. Come on. You know you got one more little move. Sweep those. So it did briefly make a new low of day. Still off of the pre-market levels though on SPY. You can see the level that we're coming into now. This low wick pivot here. SPY could potentially want to sweep that zone. Again, it's a tough area because SPY is sitting right on that 4-hour chart support. And I'm saying I think it'll dump, not because anything macro, just because bears have a rhetoric for the day. Yeah. So Paul's looking for a sweep of this 596.86 pivot on SPY. So am I. That's a little bit of a long entry. All right, guys, one more little flush, and I'm going to look to exit all of my SPY 599 puts. Come on, one more little flush. Be ready. Be ready. We could see the bottom fall out here. On the 1-minute chart, we could have a flush right into 597. Come on, contracts at 238. They tested that 240 zone. Come on, give us one more flush. We're not wanting to do it yet. Come on, SPY. Give up the goods here. Give up the goods. NET back at that prior day low. First Fibonacci level. Paul is saying, wish I took advantage of my volume spike alert on RBNE this morning. RBNE. What's that ticker doing? Yeah, look at that move. Wow. Strong chart. Strong chart. Breaking out here up 360%. Jeez. Yeah. That's crazy. Come on, SPY. Give us one more little dip. One more little dip. Markets are still holding steady here. Apple's still down 1.5. Qs are still lagging here, but trying to close the distance. Tesla's still struggling, but performing better than NVDA. NVIDIA 142 coming down. Come on. So there's definitely some weakness in NVIDIA. I'd love to see the 142 puts get in the money today. Look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA's got quite a big wedge pattern breakdown. If NVIDIA loses this prior day low at 141.85, yikes. I mean, we could see a move into this gap fill on NVDA. So all eyes are on NVIDIA. If NVIDIA decides to lose this level, this is a major gap fill. I'd love to see NVIDIA flush there. If they could flush there today, I mean, that would be insane. We would be going much lower. That would be another 1.5% down on NVIDIA. That would be pretty special. Again, our 142 puts on NVIDIA are waking up. So this is what we have to watch, right? We have to watch to see if NVIDIA looks like it's going to test this prior day low. It absolutely does. No real positive divergence on the 5-minute. Still can go lower on the 15-minute chart. Realistically, look where NVIDIA is sitting from its 4-hour 20 moving average, and SPY is actually sitting right on its 4-hour. So often when leading stocks haven't tagged their key moving average like NVIDIA, I suspect that that's why we're going to go lower on SPY and the Qs, is because NVIDIA still hasn't tagged that 4-hour chart support like the main indices have. So let's see if NVIDIA wants to go lower here. I think we can be seeing NVIDIA breaking this market, and Microsoft starting to participate in the downside. So we're seeing a bit more downside price action starting to creep into this market, guys. Come on, give us another flush. Give us another flush. SPY puts are still printing here. They're absolutely still printing. Come on, SPY's about to break down a 1-minute bear flag. Yeah, pre-market low would be something special for sure. That would set up quite a bit of long opportunities. Come on, SPY. But remember, SPY is hitting 4-hour chart support. So we're sitting right on that 20 moving average, sitting around at 598 level. So there is support here. We can't say there isn't. And SPY is now trading inside of this channel where it could easily chop to the high end of the low end. But it could just be a grinder to the downside. They could just keep us in a very slow, tight range on the smaller time frames as they sell into us. NVIDIA is trying to bounce slightly, but again, NVIDIA and Microsoft are still the keys to the market. And right now, Microsoft chart is not looking too good intraday. We're trying to, I think, come back down to prior day low. Let's see if we can get a breakdown, a bigger breakdown. Still obviously strong on the much larger time frame, but you're getting a little bit of a bearish cross intraday. Just like you got the bullish cross on the 15 here, which ended up rallying, you're getting now the bearish cross that has confirmed off of this wide range red bar breakdown. So Microsoft certainly looking a little bit weaker in the grand scheme of things. SPY trying to bounce here. SMCI really struggling today. That's unfortunate. But obviously it's a market stock. It's trading with the entire market. Tesla down 1% now. APLD getting hit hard. Anyway, it's nice to know at least we're still in the driver's seat with this 599 put option. We've taken 67% already on a trim. Look at SPY melting here, guys. SPY is definitely melting. We'll see if NVIDIA and Microsoft want to lead the charge to the downside. Again, NVIDIA's looks like it's going to test that prior day low. Imagine if Microsoft tests its prior day low. We are melting here. Come on. We are melting. Let's look at SPY again. Actually, let's look at the Qs. So QQQ. Look at how the Qs are underperforming, shattering through its 20 moving average on the 4-hour chart. Look at SPY. Contracts are printing. Let's go for another new low. Come on. Another new low. Qs are melting here. Let's look at the IWM. IWM is melting. So you're starting to see NVIDIA and Microsoft yet again more downside pressure on those two household names. I do suspect that NVIDIA is going to get a small buy the dip at this prior day low. I do suspect NVIDIA will have a bit of a bounce at prior day low. So just keep that on watch. I'm looking at Tesla still. Tesla below 3, almost testing 315 right now. Look at SPY. Come on. Contracts are printing. All right, guys, I just exited my SPY puts there. I just exited at 262 a contract. 262. I'm all out of my SPY puts for now. We can reassess, but I'm all out of my 599 0 DTEs. That was a nice healthy move. I still think we can go lower, but I'm getting ready to flip long. I'm getting ready to flip long. So 74% total on that trade. 87% on that last set of contracts. Beautiful. Beautiful trade. $1.04. Beautiful. It was about $1,400 on that trade. Nice little day trade scalp. Everyone should have been able to had plenty of time to even chase that with us if you didn't catch it off of that 600 zone. All right, so we're getting a bounce here on SPY. Anonymous saying he doesn't want to work, he just wants to gamble options all day. Well, this is work, right? We tune in here, you know, every morning. We scan charts at night. This is absolutely work. We isolate levels. It's probabilities, right? Probabilities. This is why obviously we were gap down. Statistically, gap downs get bought in the market, but I was very nervous about that because we're well off of our pre-market lows. NVIDIA is still melting, so I'm looking at going long SPY. I am looking at taking a SPY long trade. I repeat, I'm looking at taking a SPY long trade, but not yet. I'm getting very close. I'm just trying to see NVIDIA wanting to bottom here a little bit. But SPY is testing that little wick low. Again, we look at SPY here on the larger time frame. You can see we are hitting that support level that we've identified, but we haven't swept that official low. So I'm looking at, like what Paul is saying, we need to sweep that low on SPY, and then I get very interested. Very interested. And let me just actually identify that exact low on SPY with this green zone here. But you can see we are getting some buying pressure. That was a good little cover zone. NVIDIA hourly chart is looking nasty. It's piercing that prior day low. Slip back to Mr. Softy. Microsoft, I think Microsoft's going to take out its low. Obviously a big buy the dip program coming into play here. It swept it on the US 500. Thanks for the heads up there. Okay, so you were looking at that low. I see. Yeah, it did sweep it. That was a good zone. You're right. It absolutely swept it. Interesting. I still think SPY wants to sweep this. Oh, look at that bounce. Look at that 5-minute bounce. I still think SPY might want to sweep this low down here. All right, we're looking at around 596. 88-ish. Give us a sweep of that low and I'd be a happy man to go long. But look at that strength off of that support level that we've identified. On the 1-minute chart, we had this beautiful parallel channel, which is where we pretty much covered. I'm still waiting to go long. I'm personally still waiting. I'm seeing too much weakness now creeping into Microsoft. So Microsoft is going to play a little bit dirty here. And I think we're going to see it potentially go lower. You know, maybe you see a head and shoulders trigger, but Microsoft looking to potentially break down. What we could see on Microsoft's chart is a 3-bar surge to a low on the 15-minute chart here. So you've got one big down candle, another secondary candle, and then a beautiful third candle would take us right into that prior day low on Microsoft. And I think that's where we could be in for a nice little technical bounce in the markets. It's really coming down to NVIDIA and Microsoft. That's kind of what I'm watching here to see when those stocks want to start to get a little bit of a buy the dip. Our NVIDIA puts are in the money. I repeat, our NVIDIA 142s are in the money. We still have some time on those. I'm going to see if we can get more downside. A lot of people are just trying to buy this, but I think that there's potentially more downside. Max pain, in my mind, is a little bit lower. But but we have hit some chart support on the SPY, especially on the SPX chart that Paul identified. So NVIDIA really struggling here, guys. Really struggling. So there will be some support on these wick lows here on NVIDIA. That's your next big level. And then if the bottom falls out on the NVIDIA chart here, we're going to gap fill, guys. There's really not much support up until, look at NVIDIA just melting. All right, guys, I'm covering my NVIDIA 142 put here. I just trimmed it at 277 a contract, 277 a contract. I'm out of my NVIDIA 142 put. Beautiful little gain there. Beautiful little trade on NVIDIA. I'm getting ready to go long SPY. I repeat, a pierce of this 596.85 zone. I'm going to buy the 597 0 DTEs on SPY. Even this backtest in the overall markets is at a very interesting area. You know, we're coming up into this previous little high pivot zone on SPY. That's could be where the SPX wants to go as well. So take a look at that high pivot on SPX. That's where SPY might want to go. And SPX, on SPX, that's still another, call it 0.16, $9 move to the downside on SPX. SPY is still ways way off from that level. But let's simultaneously watch the SPX and SPY to identify where we're going to fall. SPY is now coming into my long level. SPY is coming into my long level. This is kind of the long level on SPY that I said we should take a stab at. But this SPX chart is now making me think otherwise. It makes me think we're going to backtest this level here. Look at SPY. It is into that long level now. It's sweeping that liquidity pivot here. It's sweeping that low pivot liquidity zone. Come on. I'm going to wait to go long SPY right until we hit this on SPX. This 59.70 zone on SPX, that's where I'm going long SPY. Come on. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Microsoft, new low. We're breaking. We're breaking. This is the long level on SPY though, but I'm not taking it. I was waiting for that, but SPX is making me think otherwise. We might miss it. I might miss it. I'm okay with that. I'm just playing it conservative because we are in a bit of a sell side panic. Come on, get ready. Don't bounce, SPY. Give us a little bit more. Give us a little bit more. Oh, SPX is doing it. They're trying to. Getting a little bit of buying pressure. Yeah, CPRT is it's coming in, but I'm probably going to give it a little bit more room to run here. We've still got lots of time on those contracts. It's your call. If you want to hit the stop loss and stop it, I'm going to hold it. Market, I think, is getting very close to a bottom. SPY's still just hovering. I'm gonna wait, surfers. I'm gonna wait on CPRT. Georgiana posting here. UMISH prelim June consumer sentiment rises to 60.5, estimate 53.6. Michigan year ahead inflation expectations fall to 5.1 versus 6.6. Michigan preliminary June 5-year expected inflation at 4.1 versus 4.6. So obviously the outlook for inflation coming in much, much lower. Interestingly enough, we look at what the yields are doing, and they're not buying that number. They actually think that it's going higher. So obviously that data is important to recognize, but it's lagging data. We really haven't taken into account what is occurring really in the inflationary pressures with, say, the war that's transpiring in the Middle East or the rising conflicts, this recent oil spike. Obviously, this is just really a couple day spike, 3 days of high oil prices. So it has time to work itself down, but we really got to monitor oil to see what type of a base it builds here and if it wants to press higher. SPY and SPX are getting a really solid bounce here. Again, that was the long level. I did not take it. I repeat, I did not take it, but you swept that low pivot liquidity on a few different stocks, NVDA included. That SPX 500 chart, I really thought we were going to retest that low, but it turns out that SPY has a mind of its own, but that was the long level, and everyone should have been out of their puts at that zone. There's a potential for us to still get a day trade, but we are seeing the indices make a nice little push here. No problem, surfers. And I mean, we're on those co-part calls, the CPRT. We took the $50 strike zone for July 18th. So obviously the contracts are down, but we still got a lot of time and we're not that far away from 50 bucks. I mean, realistically, if this stocks pushes up about even 2% move, we would be back positive on those contracts. Just scanning some charts now. The big volatility move, I think, has occurred to the downside. We could still be in for one more little flusher, but we are seeing some strength, and that's a pretty solid support level on SPY. Both NVIDIA and Microsoft are getting a bounce quite nicely. Again, if the SPX really flushes into this little zone down here, then I'm very, very interested at taking a stab on the long side. That's the big level on SPX, these previous pivots. But again, you're piercing some major 4-hour chart support levels. And honestly, with this big sell-off, we are in a position now, I think, to start inching into some longer dated call positions. If you're a stickler for price, you obviously wait a little bit more, but looking into the September, October, November, even August. August is a little bit more aggressive, but August, September, October, November, December, I think layering into some call options, upside call options around the 605, 610, 615 strikes, depending on how aggressive you want to go. I think that's certainly a reasonable thing to do. Nice bounce in the markets here. Big, strong bounce. Anyone that took calls off of that level can see we identified that 596.85 zone to a T. Getting a really strong bounce. Everything is catching a nice little bid here. Specifically mega cap tech. Honestly, surfers, CPRT is at a really good long level here. Yeah, Oracle's crushing me too. Oracle's just a monster. I'm down on that trade quite sharply. Common shares crushed me. SPY. Solid bounce on SPY. Let's see if the markets want to push to this previous 599, 598.80 zone. I'd consider maybe taking another short on the market a little bit higher. So again, this is high risk, but I would consider shorting the market around 599 tap. 599 tap on SPY would be an aggressive short, but I would consider shorting there again. We do have a shortened trading week next week, so just keep that in mind if you're taking some weekly expiries for next week. A shortened trading week next week. Yeah, that's about the only thing that Oracle is overbought. Let's take a look at gold GLD for you, Bart. Yeah, GLD piercing all-time high there on GLD. So that looks very strong. I'm going to wait a little bit longer to potentially take a stab at that short. But big bounce across all the indices. All right, SPY is coming up into an aggressive zone here. It's an aggressive short zone on SPY. If you want to wait for your prior day of 599.50, that's the better zone, but we are tapping that zone right now. All right, guys, I'm going to short SPY here. I'll let you know if I take a fill. I'm not in yet. I'm waiting for 599 Pierce. But this is a resistance zone on the 1 minute chart here. We're back at the high side of this channel. This is a short zone on SPY. 599 puts again look interesting. 599 puts again look very interesting. You can see the reversal occurring already. I'm not in. I did not get filled, but that was a beautiful fill. I was looking at some swings. Damn. Beautiful fill off of that zone. That was a short. Oh, look at that melt away. Damn. Damn. We might get another little run up. I would have to wait now for a sweep of that little 1 minute reversal on SPY. But that was an epic little zone there. Very interesting. That was a beautiful short zone. Hopefully someone took it for a scalp. They might sell that move all the way back down. Let's see. $10.43. Wow, this trading day went fast. Holy. Or the trading morning, I should say. It absolutely flew. IWM battling 210 and losing. Yep. That's right. So as always, we will be on for the Power Hour session at 3 p.m. I am slowly winding down the morning here. Going to be scanning for some swing trade setups, managing some of those swings and positions. Just be mindful. SPY is still in a very strong bearish trend today. Max pain move is all the way down to those pre-market lows. Head and shoulders pattern is still on watch. If we retested prior day low on SPY around 599.50, I might take a bit of a 0 DT options play. It's super risky and aggressive, but I might consider a 594 0 DT put, which would be foolish, and that is a gamble. But just be mindful that we could easily retest those lows if the market makers wanted to get really nasty in this session. And I wouldn't mind seeing those lows tested because I'd be layering into yet again some more call positions and more long positions. But anyone that took that zone, beautiful job. First Solar's still down but looking okay. Hershey coming in a little bit. Merck's gone a little negative. Natural gas still holding steady. Netflix still above 1200. NVDA testing 142 again. SMCI down sharply. Tesla down by about 0.86. Wow, Oracle, man. Oracle's taking all my gains at the highs. This thing just does not stop. Hood is down by about 1%. Alright guys, we look like we're coming back down again. If you lose this area, this 597.90, 598 zone on SPY, we should make a new low. Is hitting that long again. OKTA is hitting that long level again. Testing pre-market low. I'm gonna take a stab on Okta here, just common shares. Got filled at 98.19. Common shares long on OKTA. And this is gonna be a swing trade position. I'm gonna hold. If you're wanting to do the $100 calls, give yourself some little bit of time on the clock. So markets can go a little bit lower, but you got to start accumulating into positions if you're still bullish on this market, which we are. So again, I'm long OKTA for swing trade, recognizing it is into support, recognizing that it can still head to this gap fill, not today, but if the markets really want to sell off some more, I'd leave myself the room to add there. Those are just common shares. I'd look at $100 call options, maybe even 101s if they offer that. I haven't looked at the chain. That's into an interesting area. What else we got here? PGR. That was another one on my long list. That one's bouncing up on the session, holding steady. PRO, bro. TJX. See TJX here. That one's still looking somewhat weak. Copart, FedEx, Clorox. Oh yeah, let's look at Clorox today. That one we were looking at. Ooh, yeah, this is even better now. Clorox, CLX. I'm entering a position in today. I'm gonna get some call options. Let me just look at the chain. Yeah, Clorox, big level on CLX. That's a nice entry on CLX, guys. That's gonna be a really good solid trade, I think. It's not really that crazy of a mover, but once it starts to reverse, this one should just get a buy program on CLX. Let's look at the farther dated calls. We'll look at January 140s. Slap the ask on that one. Alright guys, I just entered some call options on CLX. 2 strikes. I entered some farther dated calls, 140 strike, Jan 16th. And then the closer dated strike for July 18th, 130 calls on CLX. Looks fairly interesting. Alright, SPY hitting yet again that extra short zone. This is even a better level to short SPY off of. For a day trade, I'm just going to remain focusing on some swing trades, as I think we're just going to chop in this little bit of a tight range. I don't think the bigger range move is coming yet in the markets. I mean, we could potentially see NVDA and the likes firm up, which NVIDIA's bounced extraordinarily well. Look at that bounce on NVDA. Huge bounce. Obviously Microsoft firming. We are still seeing SPY just hovering around. Again, it could create a potential pullback, maybe a little bit of a right shoulder here to create an inverse head and shoulders. Obviously, that would be a way to rope in more bulls. And then if market makers decide they want to potentially cause this right shoulder to pull back and fail, then we make new lows. So I think we get a pullback here on SPY very shortly to potentially create a right shoulder. So two outcomes, right? Or we just keep heading straight down to new lows on the session. So one of two ways. SPY, I think, gets a pullback and then potentially a continuation if they want to rope in more bulls.
It's pretty shitty trading though.
Yeah, I'm thinking what's going to happen is what BB said is going to happen. It's not going to go too much higher or too much lower. It's going to find it's in a tight range that it's found. It's going to pretty much stay within this range at least early. I don't think I don't yeah I don't see it happening. I don't see us making any major moves today. Or at least not early.
Yeah, I mean, I think
What have we done so far?
I'm waiting for London to close. See what happens.
I've got a half hour for that, so
Yeah.
sit on your hands for a half hour. I mean, this might. In fact, let me look for some other trades. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, son. What was you
no,
about
no,
to
no,
say?
no. I mean, you're right. You're just echoing my thoughts. Probably better just to maybe chill and then trade the last hour or two instead. Try to look for
Yeah,
those
take a
big
look at
lottos. Sorry, go ahead.
take a look at. I was just gonna say, take a look at Wayfair's uh, chart. Looks like it could hit 45. It's forming a bit of an
That's
H.
ticker W, in case anybody was wondering.
Yep.
Oh, okay. This daily definitely looks bearish.
Yeah, bounced off of the 377 EMA on the daily.
What do you think? It'll pull back to 42, maybe?
I was gonna bet on 45.
Oh, just go retest that overnight low.
Yeah, well, mostly I just put that because there's a lot of positioning on the gamma on 45. I think
I
there's.
like that. Let me see if it might be 1,000. I like this.
I'm going to be getting June 27th puts. I'll give myself a little bit more time.
Hey, let's have another trader group talking here, giving you some extra insights. I usually am on the mic for the first 90 minutes and then I come back for power hour, but I'll turn the volume up for the other trade space. I'm scanning some charts for my swing trades and members looking to add to positions, potentially take some new ones. But the day trading session is pretty much closed. The volume is thinned out. Really not much volatility now. It's a tough session. We caught a nice SPY 0 DT put in the morning. So just be careful. The volatility is getting sucked out of the market right now. The next short level on SPY is approaching, but I'm not looking to really take any big day trades unless some sort of drastic thing happens. Now I'm looking at managing positions, looking at swing trades, adding in extra long contracts. We've had a nice big dip.
The area looks like it's en route to do that. Meta's starting to look productive again. NVDA is looking productive. Palantir looks better than all of that shit. Google has a nice setup. Amazon possibly could get rejected. Amazon doesn't look as good. IWM looks decent, and the Dow finally looks bullish. Somewhat. Honorary mention, you got Hood that's starting to perk up. Intel's looking like it's creating a triangle pattern. Could possibly break back to the upside or to the downside. There's no telling. Micron looks bullish again, back over 116, trying to get a push. Let's see. That's for honorable mention. SoFi looks like 14 has now been support. So stay bullish above 14 SoFi.
Yeah, Tesla looks like it wants to go green.
Yeah, everything looks like it wants to push here. And I'll tell you the whole story later. I don't want to get into it right now when stuff's happening, but I still got a ticket.
That dumb
Burn.
asshole.
Oh shit, we got a Bones fighting. What's up, Bones? How are you?
Hey, Kev, how you doing? I'm good. I've got allergies out my ass right now, but I'm good.
Oh shit, no, I had fucking use some damn bleach. I was fucking some Tide or some shit. I don't know what the fuck this shit was.
Well,
But that
you
shit.
snorting bleach? Don't do
No,
that.
no, 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 no. I
You
wash my
trying to make
clothes with it.
mustard gas?
Bullshit. No, that shit just burned the shit out my skin.
Oof.
Yeah, so recovered from that. Took about a half a gallon of lotion.
Dude, a
Shit,
farmer
shit. Did
having
you did
allergies.
you
Holy
did you
shit.
turn white? No, it's like every time there's a storm that blows in, it blows something in the air. I think it's cedar. I think I'm just allergic to the cedar. Got cedar fever. And I get just stopped up. Like I feel fine, I just can't really breathe.
That okay, yeah, that sounds fine. That sounds great.
I mean, like physically, I don't feel sick or anything. Like
I feel
I can
fine. I
go,
just can't breathe.
I can go run a mile, but not well, probably not because I can't breathe efficiently. My nose just quits working. Were you trying to like pull a Michael Jackson, Kev, or what you doing bleaching yourself?
Yeah, no, I don't think I was trying to
Yeah.
bleach myself.
I'm just kidding.
Well, the funny thing
No,
is, Bones,
I've
I
gotten
heard you
bleached.
say allergies out of my asshole, and then heard Kev say, "Yeah, use some bleach or something." I thought in the beginning, I'm like, "What?
Oh, get the fuck out of here.
Asshole
I
and
wouldn't say
bleach
no
and
shit
be
like that.
Bleaching
I
assholes
would
over
never say no
here.
shit like that. I just want to watch, like, if that's what ends up happening.
Man, I swear, people are fucking panicking. They see a few red candles and they're like, "Oh shit, we're going down." I mean, they do these discords. They're like, "I'm closing my longs," and I'm like, "Nothing's changed for me. My invalidation level is held. My stop loss has not hit. Y'all do whatever you want, but NFA, y'all are panicking for nothing. We're gonna go right back up."
Yeah, yeah, right back up. I doubt that. I'll be very surprised if that
Well,
happens
for
next
Bitcoin
week.
anyway, we're right back at opening high right now.
All right,
Right
I could
back.
see that. Bitcoin.
Yeah, and I mean SPX is right about it. It's opening high too, right? Am I reading that wrong?
Just
Or close to?
market wise, remember there is a
It's
little bit of
Friday.
weakness. Um,
There's a war.
no, it's not the war. I could care less about the war. It's the flows, the passive flows. Buybacks end soon. So and at least in Q1 that was 30% of the trading flow. Q2 probably has more volume, so I'm guessing it's maybe more like 20%, but still significant. So you take that out with people being more a little bit risk averse to this slow, not really a war, but like um a hot area that could turn into, something more bigger than, we don't know the repercussions yet to, I don't know. There's a lot of. I feel like people are just trying to navigate this slowly, so I don't think they're going to be rushing out to buy the bid yet. I think if they get the
Yeah,
all
sure.
clear,
Yeah, that's understandable. A little
yeah. I mean, it might just
hesitation.
be like a grind down. That's all I'm saying before, which is actually pretty good for the Bulls in my opinion. If it just grinds down, right, creates more value areas, and then try to shoot higher. But yeah, it's kind of my thought.
USD's selling off today too.
But never be a panic in Bones. Look at
Never,
my new
ever.
PFP. That is the slogan that's on Capital. Never be a panicking.
Oh, it does say that, doesn't it?
That's right. On Time Magazine, yo.
It's not right now. It's probably fucking over. Oh
Trump
man, I
is at
love
a
that.
National Security Council meeting right now.
Yeah,
Got
it's a closed door meeting, so he's not speaking, but I guess we'll get commentary afterwards, is what I understood this morning.
Yeah, there's nothing on the schedule for the White House, but there'll probably be an impromptu press briefing. Then Yahoo said the battle against Iran isn't over.
Chop, pop, or drop.
I took some lotto puts on Tesla, $1.05, 215p for end of the day. Expectation, of course, always goes to zero.
Thank you for sharing that.
And
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're going to ES6. I mean, most likely, I think it's ES6000. Oh wait, we are ES6. Fuck, sorry,
yeah,
my
we're
bad.
already over
Well,
6,000.
let's see. Sorry, I'm reading the chart. So fucking weird. Where's that value? Oh yeah, it's right between the non-fair value too. So
Someone teach son how to read.
nah, just don't be a panicking.
Don't be a pelican. It's the worst thing you can do.
But yeah, I probably should learn how to read. You're right.
Because everybody shorted that, and
America.
they shorted the whole, and I'm like, okay, do whatever you want. I don't give financial advice. I'm just letting you know my position.
I don't think anyone shorted the whole. We've been short since before the strikes happened.
Well, I'm just saying, like in one of the discords
Oh,
that I'm
okay.
in.
Oh, okay.
The one
I'm
out of
like,
100.
Yeah, for Bitcoin, it starts dipping. They're like, "Oh my god, I'm taking a short. I'm taking a short," and I'm like, "That's the dumbest thing you can do right now."
yeah,
But do what you feel is right, bro.
yeah. To me, like
Me and James win.
the
It was a
capitulation.
decent short, if you could catch that top and from the down there and
Yeah.
then, along the bottom, but too many amateurs, man.
So on that, I would say the capitulation happened last night at 102. But
Yes.
there's a but,
I
right?
caught that short. Oh my god. And then yesterday, everyone's trying to long it, and I'm like, I'm still short from fucking Wednesday top.
If we
They're
get
like, no, it's gonna go back to 110. I'm like, it's going to 102 before it goes back up to 102.
but if we get a response from Iran, right, you're going right back to that level 102.
Oh, we're going down and we're going lower.
Yeah.
Right now I'm on a hunt for a lower high to short. So I'm capitalizing on this push up because why
Yeah,
not? Because why
Netanyahu
not?
just over the wire says he expects Iran will attack Israel. He's deploying troops on the borders now.
Do you know that he left the country to Greece?
Didn't he have his son's wedding or something coming up?
Grab some Tesla 320s. Zeros.
Yeah, I'm guessing. Go ahead. Actually, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say VIX looks like it still wants to pull back. You got SPX clearing 605. Looks like it continues to push. SPY is approaching 600. You got QQQ's approaching 530. Tesla's over 319. Like want to go try to test that 320 high of day. Meta still coming up out of a channel and pattern. Still look like it's creating a triangle wedge pattern similarly to Microsoft. NVDA is at resistance currently, getting rejected, but look like it could possibly push. You got 3 consecutive green candles on the 15-minute time frame. Google still looks bullish, one of the more bullish ones. Micron still hanging out at the 116 area. It's been strong resistance. I think if it can clear that, you can get a nice little push up to about 120. IWM rounded bottom, looking productive. Look like it continued to push higher, similarly to the Dow. Honorable mention Hood still kind of looks bullish, like it wants to try to push. Amazon still looks bullish. Looks like it wants to push. Palantir, after pulling back, could possibly have found support and wants to continue higher. 140 does not look like it's out of reach, but that 138 mid is resistance. I'm done. To me, Meta and Tesla, Meta and Tesla have the best charts on the mags. The non-mags, you got Micron, Palantir. Those look the best as far as continuation to the upside, in my opinion. Everything else is suspect. Google is probably third. I put Google in that list as well. Max Palantir looks real good.
BG is pumping. Bungie Limited. It's up 7% today. I guess that's on news that China will be accepting agricultural goods.
Hi. Hi.
VIX still looks like it wants to continue to the downside. Maybe we can get a test of 1910 on the VIX. SPY looks like it's trying to clear 600. Q's is struggling a little bit, but looks like it's wants to clear that 530. Meta still looks productive to the upside. Tesla hanging out here at 319. Still looks bullish overall, getting a pullback though. Still uncertain with NVIDIA, what NVIDIA wants to do. Doesn't really look bearish, but it doesn't look bullish either. Google still looks bullish.
If Bitcoin decides that it wants to lead the way, it is quite strong. Just saying. And lately it has been kind of leading things, so.
Is this where we go back to
Also,
120?
No, oh no, no, no. We're not gonna make a new high. We're gonna make a lower high. that I can short. The at this point, the daily 200 moving average is going to be a magnet, and it's actually currently sitting exactly at previous FOMC lows, exactly. So that's kind of my target.
Okay.
So I'd like to get a nice push today. I don't know if we'll hit my full target today. We could maybe tomorrow, this weekend, but I'm looking for a swing short that I can swing through FOMC.
So you're looking to swing short for FOMC?
Yeah, I mean, unless structure changes, but yeah. Wednesday marked a local top at 110.45-ish, whatever it was. And yeah, so I don't see us getting back over mid 108.
Nice. I mean, right now, the chart sets up looks pretty good. I mean, it looks real good.
Sure.
105.5, 105.525, 08 on an hourly. Clear of that. I don't see resistance. I don't see resistance. So it
Yeah,
just
up until
like
that
108.5.
exactly. I'm looking for 108.6. That area was our previous main support before we had this whole breakdown. So I want to get a full retest of that. And highly doubt that we see 109.5. I would really like that, but I don't think we do. I think we lose gas around that mid 108 area.
It looks like it's headed there.
And that's my plan, man. So I'm telling everybody, stick to the plan. Don't panic. Just stick to the plan. You have your invalidation level. And that's where your stop loss is, just under that. If it hits, it hits. And, you regroup and figure it out after that. But, I hold till stop loss or my take profit target.
What's that Bitcoin 2x leverage? BTX?
BITX? Yeah,
Yeah.
BITX.
Don't they have one that's it's like BITO for long and then BITI or something for short?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so you have those options to play if you don't want to play miners or whatever, and you don't want to actually trade Bitcoin futures, you have those proxies to play as well.
The hell's an adjusted option?
Since we're not talking about anything, Sun, and you see the chart I put up there on OUSD versus Hood?
The multiplier
I
has
saw it.
changed due to
I saw it. I
something
put it
that
up top.
Okay. Yeah, they look the same, man. Similar.
Yeah, I didn't see who was speaking, but yeah, I was just reading up on it. It's the first time I ever saw that adjusted options.
Yeah, that's when they've changed the multiplier due to like a split or something like that, or a reverse split,
Yeah, because
or something about the contract specification has changed.
the BITI has adjusted options on June 20th. But yeah, you can see the contracts are way cheaper.
Grabbing some IRE and Iris Energy, 10.5 calls.
Ooh, Amazon's looking good.
So yeah, Bitcoin still looks like it's holding strong, clearing 105.6. The mags look like they're clearing high a day, continuing to push higher. SPX clearing 60.12. SPY 600 mid, Q's 530 mid. Tesla's pulling back. Meta's looks like it's pushing towards 693, trying to clear that. NVIDIA going towards 143. Microsoft cleared 476. Needs to go ahead. Let me see. Microsoft needs to clear 477.3, and then it can go ahead and push towards 480 again. In my opinion. Google once again still looks bullish. Micron is having that push, having that breakout intraday. Yeah, I like Micron. Calls for next week. So far, Micron butted up against yesterday's high a day. Need to see it clear and break. This whole area has been pretty good resistance for Micron for a while.
Tempest AI looks like it might break out on the trend lines on the daily.
Did you ever grab Tempest calls?
Did I ever?
Yeah, I remember you were talking about it the other day, or at least.
Yeah, I did. And I
Okay.
dumped them before the big run up.
Oh,
Kinda
damn, nice.
paper handed them. Yeah. I like it now.
I don't know. Micron looks like it can get to about 125 ish. Not today, of course. That would be a record.
Micron is a bit overbought on the daily.
So Cheddarflow posted some Boeing calls for January. Put it up top. 5 million in premium.
I just put two.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Sorry.
I was just saying, I like Boeing. I'm going to check that out.
Go ahead, OG.
I just put two bullseyes in the nest. First one is SOXS. Second one is GLD. On the GLD, there were 129,000 contracts, and there's 28,000 in open interest for the 320 strike for next week.
Yeah, those are the motherfuckers that I had that I accidentally closed, and I don't remember closing them, but I closed them and feel like a fucking asshole.
Well, somebody bought them.
Oh yeah, they must expect escalation on this shit quickly.
Trump says it's not too late for Iran to make a deal. I think Iran has sealed their fate, but
Yeah, I don't think they're going to back down on the nuke thing. They have to feel quite a bit of pain before they back down.
what's that saying? The by hook or by crook, they're going to lose their nuclear capability.
Well, if they can't act right, you lose privileges.
Holy shit, that's a freaking, yeah, that's a ballsy call on that GLD.
Why do you say ballsy?
Well, for basically next week, premium 320s, deep out of the money. I mean, if I had 31 million, I don't think I would be doing that. But maybe that's why I don't have 31 million. I guess it's been doing $5 gap ups for the last couple days.
I was about to say, whenever I first got in those, you probably could have said it was ballsy because, like,
Yeah.
I got in those last week, Thursday or Friday. In fact, let me go look.
Well, I'd drawn a daily trend line from April 22nd, and we just broke that on the 12th. So now we're into a bullish trend.
I hop back
It's
into
growing
those 597 puts. I'll cut them if we break Friday. It's starting to curl up. Push up might be facing some headwinds here.
Trump says we knew everything about Israel's strike on Iran. I tried to save Iran humiliation and death.
Such
Got back
bullshit.
up.
Because it's like, dude, Rubio put out a statement, in a freaking formal statement, saying they didn't know anything about it.
Yeah.
Let me pull up Rubio's statement.
No, Rubio's the one who put the statement out. Like, but what capacity does Rubio have other than being a senator?
No, he's a state. He's a secretary of state.
He's the head of a state.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Tonight, here's the
okay,
full
well then
statement.
obviously, then obviously they aren't in talks. Like
It said that he didn't say they didn't know about it. He said, here's what he said. Tonight, Israel took unilateral action against Iran. We are not involved in strikes against
Exactly.
Iran, and our top priority is protecting American forces in the region. Israel advised us that they believe this action was necessary for its self-defense. President Trump. So I think it's a nothing burger, the Rubio statement. He's just saying the key takeaway is the sentence, we are not involved in strikes against Iran, which maybe they aren't, like, they're, but that's not to say Israel isn't using American arms to do it.
Yeah, as I was going to say, the interpretation of involved is, I think that's subject to some discussions. I fully believe them. They're not involved, but they might be saying like, "Oh, we didn't shoot a bomb at them. We're not involved in this."
Oh, I'm gonna have to cut these puts.
closing 3/4 of my Tesla 320 calls up 45%. Leaving runners. Damn, look at VSAT. Damn, that thing is a beast today. We were just talking about that last week, and I was talking about how Senator Debbie Wasserman Schultz was on that committee that's going to allocate any of the government contract money their way. Then you had that Space Mobile news that came out earlier today that's up top that incorporated Viasat in the nomenclature. And I need to go through and reread it and see exactly how they're incorporated.
Wheat is pumping today. Up 2.47%.
Bonds are bumping today too, or selling. What do you want to say? Call it. And the USD is showing weakness again.
ES is 20 points away from the daily freaking hammer. Almost, yeah.
I got those puts. Who knows? That's probably, I should have given it a few more minutes.
On what? A few more minutes on what? Trying to short the market right now?
Yeah, I was I want to see, so my line's at 600.93, and currently don't have any candle closed or open above that.
Oh no, man. I'm thinking that
Sometimes,
remember those levels I gave earlier as far as SPY and QQQ was where I thought they could possibly go. Like SPY, I said like 602 mid.
Mm-hmm.
Now I don't even think, like I said, I don't even think it gets that high. Now it's just 602. 602 is the resistance there. I think it still gets there. Let's see, QQQ, has that changed? QQQ is 531.8. Yeah, it's changed also. I don't see it. I don't see higher than 532. But I think at least gets to those areas. And those that to me that's where you short. You take the short. In my humble opinion.
I hear you. I mean, I tried. We'll see. I was just playing out. I had a pretty tight stop there. Just playing the rejection off that level. That didn't happen though. And didn't take much of a loss at all. Those are 1 days or Mondays. IWM is the laggard here. It's just now breached high day, IWM. Yields are spiking. Like good for IWM. People selling their bonds and gold, I guess. Going back into stocks. Who knows?
Now, at the end of this move, I think is where the fade should happen.
$60.20 SPX. Let me check this.
What is ES at? That's
60.24. It's coming up at a lower high trend line. So let's
yeah,
see
that's
if it breaks.
60-30, Sun Capital. Yeah, that's the single prince is gonna hit.
You heard that, Kev? What I said?
Yeah, I heard you. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah,
That's
it's
why
60.24.
yeah, 60-24. That's why I echoed Sun Capital sentiment of that 60-30
Yep,
single print.
60.30.
Yeah.
Yeah, 60.30 would be a lower high if it rejects there on a 1 hour trend on ES. I mean, guess market thinks Iran is done. They're not gonna do nothing.
I don't think Israel's
Or at
done,
least
but you're saying Iran is done?
he
Then
says that the
maybe.
market thinks that Iran is done, and I was going to counter that with I don't think that the market thinks Iran is done, per se, as much so as I think that just the market doesn't think Iran is going to act anytime soon, or at least not now.
Oh yeah. So people are actually gonna hold the risk over the weekend?
Maybe at least to the end of the. I think we're going to see a sell-off. I don't. I don't know. That's why I just said not yet.
I agree. I think we see end of day sell off. I think we kind of just grind higher across the board, and then you
Yeah.
see some profit taking. Typical Friday, typically you see profit taking Friday end of day. Good
Definitely if
time
we
to
still
short.
see more upside.
Isn't it still daytime in that region
Yeah, I
right
was
now?
just gonna
Right?
ask that. When does the sun set over there?
I think that's when they really get going.
Israel
With the
sunset.
Hey,
with
real
the
quick,
Asian
for anybody that's
Asian
in APLD or Core Weave, I just put a post in the nest.
Yeah, ma'am, I'm not in a position where I can read it. If you can kind of summarize it for me, please.
Sorry.
Help me out. Help
Yeah.
me out a little bit.
Core Weave discloses complete exit from Applied Digital and amended Schedule 313G. Reports 0% ownership as of June 10th.
Down 6%.
Oh, short the hell
Sunsets
out of
at
both of them bitches.
the sun sets at 12:45 p.m. Eastern time. in Jerusalem. So this afternoon could be lit, literally.
Wait, what time is it there right now?
Oh,
Right
I
now
don't know. It's
8
7.
p.m.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like 5, 6 p.m. somewhere around there. The sun sets at 7:45 p.m. local time, so that would make it
End of day, basically, you'll start seeing attacks come in.
potentially.
End of trading day, sorry.
Yeah,
Well,
when we can't trade it, those motherfuckers.
Power hour.
all the shit hit the fan yesterday, literally the minute that the Asian market turned on. Like
Yeah,
that minute,
it
dump.
was. I
It was
saw that.
literally that minute. Like I was I
It was
had a short
insane.
position and I had my TP too tight. I was a little upset about that, but I just got out of the grocery store and I had all these alerts immediately at 7 o'clock my time is when Asia comes on, and all these alerts, and I looked and I was like, oh my god, I'm printing, and then I looked and my position was closed. I was like, oh god, no. But yeah, it was literally the minute that Asia came on. So could shit could happen later this evening.
Well, once the market closes, we have the 24-hour market, right, to play in.
I mean, just speaking technically, this is currently a trend update. So, there was that glitch this morning, but the question is how much higher does it go? What happens at the point? 602. Yeah. 602. We're almost there, Kev.
Tesla doesn't look like it wants to get over 321.21.
532. We're almost there. Reaching.
Gold looks like it's starting to get a bit of a bid.
Looks like we're selling down a little bit.
Yeah, I was just about to start looking for some puts on the Qs.
I just got back into 597s. This
Yeah, I
is
got back into 525s also.
nice.
And they didn't even get all the way to my line. They got close. SPY
Yeah, I
and
was wondering
Q.
if it would, because on Qs there was a support level at 531.45, kind of 531.50. Just stopped there.
I mean, they both got dangerously close. They got within 20 cents. They still could pop up there and go touch it. I want to see the pullback here, but I don't know. It's probably price looks supportive right now. I want to see more of a pullback. I mean, we're right here at downtrend resistance, George. You should be seeing the rejection or the follow through. I mean, it kind of looks strong and supportive, but I mean, anything could change. Happen.
Trump is, I think, speaking, or he's saying he's not worried about the regional war breaking out.
I haven't
Yeah, I don't know.
seen.
I seen a report earlier that he was
Yeah,
supposed to be
that's what he
he's
said.
supposed to be speaking with Netanyahu today. So I mean, I don't know what time that's supposed to be, or if that's supposed to be recorded.
I
It's
think
gonna
that
be
close
live or
right.
how that is.
Yellow. That's what I thought. I'm not concerned about a regional war breaking out
Yeah.
as a result of Israel striking Iran.
He's saying that
I
their
mean,
nuclear program's been crippled. That's all Israel wants to do. So he's trying to like downplay it a bit.
Yeah, and I think I missed that headline an hour ago. He said that Iran called him to talk about the situation.
oh yeah, they got a line. I mean, they're still, like Trump said, the U.S. still has a meeting planned with Iran
Yeah,
on Sunday. But
but we're just getting one-sided information right now. I don't know.
good cop, bad cop. I mean, you got to get beat up by the bad cop before you come running the good. That's how it works in the movies, right? Not to make light of it, but
Gold's looking productive right now. Seems to have found its bottom.
Yeah, gold catching the bid a bit.
Yeah, I went on and jumped back in those 320s when OG posted that and brought everyone's attention to it.
I did as well. Small position though. I'm probably gonna open up a larger position, a little bit longer date.
take a look at KGC Kinross. It's got a nice chart. Looks like it's going to break out. That's I think that's Butter's favorite miner, gold miner, or it was. There's a cup and handle on the daily.
Check out
What's it?
KWE, Quest Microsystems. The company develops and commercializes tactical systems for military and security forces. which include non-lethal digitization and counter threats.
And to pull back a little bit.
A little bit. I'm looking at Kinross Gold calls right now. Probably gonna get some. Earnings July 30th. I don't know how far I want to go though.
The only thing about miners is that you have somewhat exposure to the oil prices going up as well.
Yep, it's an input cost. Diesel. You can just run it all on electric and solar power though, right?
It's bullish Tesla, right?
Meta looks like it wants to continue going higher. Tesla's pulling back currently. Microsoft looks like it wants to go higher.
So there's a flow that just came in for Bull, Webull. I don't I don't understand this. It's $35 puts, deep in the money puts for $3 million, November 2025.
I cut my SPY calls. I don't. This looks like it's getting bounced here.
Yeah, I was about to cut my few puts too, because like I said, this looks supportive. I'm also about to grab some Microsoft calls.
Yeah, I was break even on those. Just figured it was a good time to just cut them. Uncertain.
I'm in Q puts, but I'm holding right now. My break even.
But
Gold ticking up is kind of giving me a little bit of more confidence.
Yeah, I'm holding mine as well, even though I'm down on Tesla puts.
Tesla's fucking green on the day.
Yeah.
Bag of
if we
shit.
break below 600, spot 93 with authority, I'll hop back into plus there.
I think we.
I'm gonna hang on to these puts for a little bit.
Yeah, we might touch 530 at some point today. Again. Gold's having a bit of a pullback.
Damn. Hope I wasn't smacking in anybody's ear. I didn't know I was hot micing it. So look, when OG talked about that news for Applied Digital, I went ahead and grabbed some 11.5 puts for today, and then $11 puts for next week. Looks like it's an H pattern forming intraday. Microsoft and Meta both look bullish. I just like Microsoft better. Just looks like it has more upside.
About to cut my Q puts. Gonna watch this 10-minute candle close or 5-minute candle close.
Bitcoin, after having a pullback, having a pretty decent bounce.
Yeah, she's strong, baby. She had a little bit of a pullback, but not much. Came back to kiss the VWAP and bounced right back up. I had people in my comments saying, "Oh, I'm going to short this 1058," and I'm like, "Better make it a scalp." It's gonna be quick.
Yeah, Iran's Israel's bombing them again.
It has begun again, you said?
Yeah, they're attacking nuclear reactors in Fardwa.
I should have looked what sunset was in Tehran.
And the market doesn't care.
I think the market will only care if
Well,
Iran.
Trump greenlighted it. Trump greenlighted it, essentially.
Yeah, I think it'll only care if Iran responds.
Oh, gold's dumping. I'm cutting my puts.
Sunset is 12:21 in Tehran. So right about now.
Is oil
Funny,
still
like,
on a tear?
imagine the planes coming from Israel, like the sun is setting, like, and you can't see the planes because they're right in front of the sun. They're coming to fucking destroy the.
Oil's walking it back. It's still up 4%, but it's about to test low of day. It's looking weak. Seems like it's holding support around the $70 range.
Oh, that's
Or
nat
$71.
gas. I don't want nat gas. I want oil.
Israel is currently attacking the nuclear reactor in Fordow, Iran. Fordow, where the fuck that is? Look at a map.
Yeah, it's gonna be in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Hey, give us a geography lesson.
Dude, Iran has crazy geography. Like weird mountains and valleys everywhere.
Isn't it like just predominantly like a desert over there? I've never been.
Mountainous.
Not quite. There are some arid parts, I guess, but it's not like a rainy area, I don't think. But it's not a. There are deserts for sure. if you look on a satellite map, it's like you can see all the hills and mountains and all swirling around. It's kind of a cool geography.
Like South America.
Yeah, a little bit. Like
That's why
kind
they
of
say
Mexico.
like a land invasion of Iran would be extremely difficult because of that geography.
Yeah, it's all the cities are just valleys between peaks.
Bitcoin
Oh,
is ripping right now.
gold's dumping. Google Street View does not work in Fardo, Iran.
That's
think
probably because it's like it looks like a rural spot. That's probably like one of those deep bunkers.
They couldn't get the Google Maps car out there.
No.
Yeah, it's like a little city nestled between some mountains. Fordo.
Landscape's pretty sick. It's pretty nice out there. But yeah,
Wonder
if
if
you
I
like
could see the.
trees, this would not be the place for you. There is not a tree in sight.
Wonder if I could see the bunker entrance on the satellite map.
well, in the future, when you want to
Oh,
visit
there it
Iran,
is.
take a visit to Persepolis. And that's awesome. Interesting history.
Yeah, it'd be cool to go over there. For all the stuff that goes on, it's not really worth it.
SPX is flirting with high day here. It's gonna bust through in a sec. There it goes.
Yeah, oil's dumping, gold's dumping. Bull market's back on the menu, boys.
Oh, back.
We're back. All-time highs. Let's go.
Yeah, SPX still hasn't made a new all-time high yet, has it?
Nope.
Close.
Let's see what the dollar is doing. The dollar is probably dumping. Yes, the dollar is not looking great.
Israel is also attacking the city of Qom, QOM. QOM. It says it's a holy city.
Trump tells Axios that Israel used great American equipment during the attack.
The big, beautiful bombs.
Yes. Tariff-free bombs, by the way.
They were big. They were very big. The likes that of no one has ever seen.
The biggest bombs, the best bombs anyone's ever seen.
Iran could have talked to me, but now they get their big, beautiful bombs.
The most beautiful bombs. Bro only speaks in adjective, for real.
And they were beautiful. I gotta tell you, they were beautiful.
The biggest.
Those explosions.
Biggest explosions anyone's ever seen.
And you should have seen the explosions. They were like Independence Day, like the 4th of July. It's like we had an early 4th of July.
Iran, you still talk to me on Sunday. Come to the table. We get more bombs.
What do you think the pay packages are like for these nuclear scientists? Is it just we will shoot your family if you don't do what we want, or
Probably.
when they heard they killed all the scientists, I'm like, oh man,
That's
that
their
sucks
severance
for them.
package.
That sucks for you guys.
Tomorrow is the parade and Trump's birthday. Watch them attack. Watch them attack tomorrow while he's speaking.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
Dude, with all
yes.
the illegal immigration, how many like Iranians do you think snuck over? It's probably not zero.
It's probably not zero. Yeah.
Like, I mean, Chinese people were sneaking over too. Like, I don't think it was difficult. You know, you pay
There's
cartel member for a fake ID from El Salvador.
Yeah,
You
there
know,
was a video of a well-known terrorist who came in and was like, I don't know what he said, but there's like a video of it, and I couldn't tell you his name off the top of my head, but basically he was gonna fuck up America. But yeah, he just like walked right over. There's a video of it. I don't know. I feel like that was somehow staged, but also not, you know?
You guys remember when Bush got a shoe thrown at him?
Yes.
I'm just trying to
dude, there.
picture what that would look like nowadays. They would fucking light that guy up instantly,
Oh
Well, do you know
man,
the
that
execution
the
style.
conspiracy theory was that it was staged. Like he knew it was coming. He knew this guy was going to throw a shoe.
that's
And
why he ducked.
Well, he was like laughing when the
yeah,
guy
he
was
was
doing it.
ready
That's
for
kind
it.
of
Yeah.
it's kind of hilarious. You
I
see
could
a
tell.
guy
I
throw
would
a
totally
shoe at you.
believe. I would totally believe that was staged, to be honest. But I'm also kind of gullible, so
I miss those days when you could fucking put a pie in a politician's face and not get instantly like sent to
You see
high
that Bill
security
Gates?
prison.
Yeah.
sniped.
Do you remember when Bill Gates got the pie in the face in the
What happened to a
90s
Canadian
or
prime minister?
No, fuck
Jean
that
Chrétien
guy.
got pie in the face.
yeah. The lore is that was the turning point in Bill Gates' life. That's when he became like an evil globalist. Was when he got that pie in the face.
That was his origin story.
Yeah.
Bill Clinton ever get a pie in the face?
Well, not the pie we're thinking of.
You got a different type of pie in the face.
It wasn't that kind of pie. More like a cream pie.
He was giving them out.
Check out Spy Gamma.
Hey,
Ooh,
Trudeau
let's
got
look
pie
at
in the
like
face too. Canadians like to do that.
yeah, peak positive 602. We're right, we're right there. This could be just a magnet for the day. Let's see how it plays out.
Bit of balance in oil and CL. I'm watching CL.
Tempest is running. Yeah, let's go.
Positive
Tempest
gamma
in
for
full
next
breakout.
Friday. It has really been pumping today as the prices moved up.
Hey guys, if you're watching Tempest, it's in breakout mode.
So Georgie,
Yeah, what's up?
the price went up and hit the line on both of them.
Oh, it did actually get there.
6018 for the SPY and 531.8 for the Qs.
Oh fuck. Yeah, Qs are selling off. Arr.
Oh, I like this red candle. Let's see. I'm on a small time frame. Sure, there's a see if there's a bearish divergence here on the 2 minute. Sure, there is.
I'll jump back into Q puts.
Oh yeah, it's a big bearish divergence on the 2 minute. That's fine. I'm trying those puts again. If it breaks high day, I'll just
I mean, there is a bearish divergence on the 15 on QQQ. I'm not playing any of it. Yeah, just gonna watch.
I'm in a small position on Q puts. See the MACD turn red on the 15. I'll add more. Let's go, Tempest.
Okay, guys, I'm just writing these XOM calls. We got a beautiful, beautiful entry. This thing looks like it's squeezing. It's squeezing. We bought the breakout. Look at this move. Oil's moving. We did execute also a swing trade in XLE. But wow, this looks like it's pressing. Oil's stocks are looking like a strong surge potentially into the end of the day. XOM calls are flying here. I'm up 12 cents a contract already. Pushing 60% soon. Come on. 112 calls are in the money. The prudent thing to do is to take the profit here, scale out, but I'm getting some high prints on oil here. I'm seeing oil should start to keep pressing here. SPY is hovering along that prior day low. But crude oil, very strong, trading at 71.61 on the session, up about 6.28%. All right, I just trimmed half of my XOM contracts at 50%. Trimmed half at 50%. And I'm going to move stop to break even. My break even average is 20 cents. I still think we can test probably the high of day, which is around 112.50. First Solar's been ripping and roaring. That's up 4.7. Beautiful move on First Solar. Tesla's been strong since it got that news pop. Markets are still technically okay, holding that key prior day low, but if you lose that, then it's very, very troublesome. Again, I just had to hop on here, is checking the charts. XOM was getting a nice little breakout signal with oil, and that has popped quite nicely. Still pressing higher here on XOM. We still have some SPY puts at 577 June 18th puts. Again, those are at break even, stop 271. We've already trimmed them for a nice chunk of change as we hit that prior day low. XLE continuing to surge here, guys. XOM, XLE. So look at the moves on XOM, beautiful. They're just printing. Look at these names in XLE, they are just ripping here to the high side. Beautiful. I have XLE now testing 89 bucks. That's where I have a big level of resistance. Alright, so you may get a bit of an entry into oil trade. You are getting some consolidation here on WTI crude. WTI crude is pulling back slightly, so back test of this trend line could be bought. So you're getting some top wicks in some of these energy names. This is where you might get a bit of a potential continuation entry. if you missed the energy trade. WTI crude back testing just a touch. NVDA seeing another wave of selling. Microsoft still has triggered that 15-minute head and shoulders, guys. So Microsoft could be the potential downward pressure stock, as it has triggered this bearish pattern. And that pattern has confirmed on the 15-minute chart. So Microsoft looking heavy, guys. And it is the largest company. So if it falls, it's going to put a pressure on everything. Here we have our SPY puts working, XOM calls working. Come on. This spread on XOM is pretty wide right now, so I'd stay away from it. But look at the SPY dump. SPY is probably coming to test 597. That's where I'm looking to exit my 597 put options. Apparently there's an Iranian attack incoming as we speak. SPY 597s are sitting at 365. We're almost up a whole dollar from entry. Still riding the longs in energy. XLE chart looks super constructive to move higher here. Take a look at the power of XLE. It is shaking and moving, breaking out here on XLE. Yet again, intraday breakout. I have XLE holding this key resistance, which is now support, so we should test 89. Don't think it'll happen today, but stranger things have happened. I do think that XLE can potentially test back to the high of day here. We've still got about 2 hours left in the session, 64% rally, that's doable. Might see a bit of a back test. Alright, so SPY's coming lower. Anyone that didn't exit CTRA and is still holding that call option, that just made a new high of day. CTRA, I took 100% on those call options at the open. It dumped fast, went negative. Now look, it's back to the high of day, so that is your exit liquidity up there. If you didn't take the trim on CTRA calls. SPY coming down. Again, my cover zone, or my exiting my put options here on SPY around this 597.30, but we can potentially go lower than that. XOM is coming back down to 112. This is kind of a bit of a buy zone that's creeping into play. It's selling off because of SPY. Oil's still strong though. Let's see how you guys' IWM puts are doing. Those are printing. Your IWM puts should be printing. You're into the 209 zone now. Nice job, Surfers and Anonymous. SPY should continue to go lower here. Here we go. Big drop coming on SPY. I'll be exiting my SPY 597s. Just above 597. Does look like they're gonna flush it. We have Microsoft falling sharply. Microsoft is breaking this lowercase h pattern, head and shoulders pattern. You can see this nice little lowercase. Microsoft has had a nice bounce. That's a lower high, creating now a lower low. Right, testing prior day high. That's where we're gonna flush on Microsoft. Look how firm XOM is staying, despite the market falling here. This is where you get some rotation out of tech back into energy, and energy is such a drop in the bucket compared to tech. WTI crude still staying extra firm. This is going to help our energy trade. Anyone could have bought the back test there of the 112.02 on XOM. You had a little bit of look at XLE. XLE is diverging from SPY, so that's a good observation, knowing that our longs are in a good position here. Beautiful. There goes XOM pushing. It's going to break out yet again. Come on. Keep it going. Keep it going. XOM pushing 112.21. Nice. SPY falling. The two things are diverging. Beautiful to see. Oil's still pushing here. Come on, oil. Oh, a little bit of a pullback in oil. And oil right back up. Every dip is being bought in these energy names so far from what I'm seeing. Every single dip is being bought. OKTA is going to be an interesting long level again. If we sweep the lows on OKTA, I'll consider grabbing some shares yet again. NVDA trying to retest its prior day low. Printing 380 on these 597 puts. I'm up at $1.10 per contract. Oh, they're beautiful. Here goes SPY. We're getting still above its prior day low, but heading there very quickly. Microsoft trying to hold and defend these lows. Guys, look at your IWM breaking down. That's beautiful to see for your put options. XOM, so we're back under pre-market high on SPY. Back under pre-market high. There we go. We're still printing. Things are looking good. Oil still strong. XOM still strong. SPY getting a little bit of a dip by. $0.20 a contract to break even. I am obviously have a break even stop loss on my SPY 597 June 18th puts at $2.71. I'm looking for a cover zone on SPY exiting my put options right around this 597.30. XOM is dipping, so this is an entry. A back test for energy is on the way. It's an aggressive buy, but a back test for energy is approaching. Spread is tightened up nicely. It's about 2 cents here on XOM. This is your little back test. I'm still holding contracts at 20. Oh, spread is widening now. They're expecting a bit of a jump. Apparently there's reports of missiles in the air being hit by the Golden Dome in Israel. That's going to hinder SPY more. Tesla dumping now. Big dump on Tesla. Test in oil. There's the back test in XOM. Boom. Beautiful dump in SPY coming into target. Boom. Yep. That's a nice dip. Yep, SPY puts did go crazy. SPY continuing to be heavy here. I'm still holding my 597 puts. I have not closed them. Come on, give us another leg lower. A 3-bar surge on the 15 would be classic. Sweep this low here. Come on. Microsoft getting a little bit of a bid. Buy the dip trying to come in. Come on, get these puts in the money. Get these puts to target. They're close. They're very close. Oil still holding strong. XOM doing a little bit of backing and filling. I took a little bit of a farther strike now on XOM and farther date. Took the 27th June 113 calls now. Come on, SPY. Give it up. Make a new low. A little bit of action, and it's not even power hour. All right, big buy the dip coming into play here. We have SPY down 0.87, Q's down 0.92, Russell down 1.49, Apple down 1.24, Bitcoin down by 0.66. Gold's still strong. First Solar up 5.11. That's shaking and moving to the upside. NVIDIA now down 2%. Tesla up 2.8. Oracle still up 7. What a beast. Big little tail candle there. It's a little bit of an oxymoron. I should just say it's a big tail candle. Still think they can trap this liquidity and sell it. Really, I don't know why we're bouncing there on SPY. What type of, oh, it's because it's the 4-hour pierce of the 4-hour 20 moving average again. That's why. But we've already hit that level once today, so it's not as strong. We can knife through it. Look at the hourly chart of SPY. We might be doing a 3-bar surge into, so a 3-bar sell-off on the hourly chart. 1, 2, and we could make a rather large sell-off again after this 8-minute candle's complete, and then maybe a tiny little bounce into the end of the day. Take care, Bart. Cheers. Energy is going through a bit of distribution. Again, I'm still looking to accumulate a little bit more. XOM 112 calls were in the money. I'm all out of those on the runners. They've stopped me out. But I'm looking at now the June 27th, so a couple weeks out, 113. Oil is still very strong up here. These companies' margins changed drastically when oil's had about a 19% spike in 2 to 3 days. SPY coming right back down again. I'm still looking for a profit target at the low 597s. Low 597s. These SPY puts are absolutely juiced. IWM about to test low of day. Thank you, Anonymous. Yep. So we're up almost 55%. Well, we were up at the lows there on these SPY puts. Getting a bit of a bounce there. That's a nice little back test in XOM. NVIDIA trying to hold above prior day low. Start Microsoft though. Microsoft starts looking very heavy, guys. MSFT and NVIDIA are looking quite heavy here. Come on. They're gonna drop it here. It's still just hovering. Hovering like they want to drop it. I'd be very surprised if they don't. To the 597s. Here we go. This is the drip. Drop it. Drop it. Dow just made a new low. IWM dripping pretty hard. That's looking very, very negative. QQQ. That's coming in hot and heavy. Microsoft still looking fairly heavy. NVIDIA testing that prior day low yet again. SPY's starting. I'm getting ready to take profits on my 597s. I'm getting close to taking profits, guys. Contracts at 440. We entered at 271. Here we go. Here we go. $450 contracts are printing. Come on, give us one more. I might be being greedy here. All right, guys. I'm taking profits right there on that dip. I am all out. 463 a con. All out. 463 a con. Beautiful. Beautiful. I am all out. Beautiful trade there. Amazing. I love it. And we still could go lower. We hit my target. That was it. Right there. I'm not going long because we could absolutely knife for the next 30 minutes and then we could have a rally. So that hourly chart candle, we could be getting a 3-bar surge on the hourly. XOM still remaining firm. Nice job if you caught that with us. Beautiful. Surfer is all out. 470. Nice. $0.43 in IWM. Beautiful, Surfer. That's what I like to see. And we could make a new low of day. Odds are we're going to make a new low of day. But that was a clinical trade. Beautiful if you caught that. Beautiful. Things are knifing. Wow. XOM pushing. Oil still strong as the markets are knifing. Beautiful. My next long level really is quite a ways away, but there's some support here. We break this zone, we're now into gap window. And honestly, we could be heading for the pre-market low, 594, eh? All right, I will be back for Pow Hour. I don't think we're going to get it. I think we could just chop for the remaining 30 minutes and then a bigger move, but I'll be back for Pow Hour in the next 30 minutes. Nice little trade there. This gets nasty. If we lose this, we get real nasty. Alright guys, so we've seen the market stabilize here. Power hours commence. XOM has printed yet again. So anyone that took the dip buy with us, nice job. But XOM continuing to print. SPY's at a little bit of an inflection point here where if we don't recapture this low here, we're going for another late day sell-off. What happened on the 3-bar surge to a low here, hourly chart, nice little sell-off. Really, really strong sell-off. Good to see. XOM still strong. Oil still moving higher here. A lot of red on the tape today. Let's look at a few things here. UVXY up about 11.8%. Tesla still holding steady. XLE doing really, really well. SPY does appear like it's trying to work itself up, but I think this could be a bit of a bearish flag pattern. Now the question is, the market's going to flush into the close, or are people going to buy the dip? Escalation could commence over the weekend with Israel and Iran. There's multiple waves of attack that has been transpiring pretty much all day. Obviously, next week is a shortened trading week. Keep that in mind with your options expiration. We also have a whole host of activity next week. Monday, we got a bunch of service PMI, manufacturing PMI, existing home sales. We also have consumer confidence. Fed Powell testifies at the Financial Service Committee on Tuesday. Wednesday, new home sales. Thursday, we have the U.S. trade balance, retail inventories, initial job loss claims, durable goods, Cleveland Fed, pending home sales. Friday, we have PCE, core PCE. So it's a jam-packed week next Friday. And then, let alone, we probably have Trump going to be making some announcements as well. So let's see if we can. I'm actually thinking about taking a little bit of a put option here into the end of the session on SPY in case we have another bit of a gap down. Take a look at SPX. We could easily have another gap down into the 20-day moving average. That's certainly possible. XOM and XLE are still pushing here to the upside. Again, I do think SPY is probably going to be heading back down to the lows. We shall know its fate very soon if we get rejected off this level. Alright guys, I'm going to try to take a risky 596 put on SPY. 596 put on SPY. And we'll take it for June 17th. June 17th. Filled at 332. 332 SPY put, June 16th. And this does look like a bit of a bearish wedge pattern setting up on SPY. In my opinion, that's definitely looking like a bearish flag pattern. That does take us lower. We could really see a flusher here. SPY is looking a little heavy here. Bear flag is potentially about to break, which could create a nice little flush into the 593. Again, remember max pain on SPY today is all the way down at that pre-market low. All right. Don't forget about this max pain level. Around 594. Again, I'm in the June 17th SPY 596 put. We're already starting to move up here. We took the entry off of this zone. XOM and oil still very, very strong. Very strong. Let's take a look at some of the sector performance today. So every sector red in the S&P 500 except for energy. Energy up 1.87. That's why SPY is holding up a little bit better than Qs and IWM. Dow Jones Transport's down about 1.55%. Industrial average down about 1.83. Retail getting slaughtered down by 2.23. Regional banks under pressure 2.39% down the session. XLB materials down 1.17. Communications down 0.83. Financials down 2. Technology down 1.38. Industrials down 0.92. Staples down 1.18. XLRE real estate down 1.26. Utilities down 0.38, and healthcare pretty much holding up the best besides energy. That's down 0.5%. Consumer discretionary down 0.83%. So this is where the markets could fall under pressure. We are even seeing energy take a little bit of a hit, so they may dump even the strong sector here as they flush spine to the close. This bear flag literally looks very vicious, like it's going to break down, take us to new low of days. We could test that max pain level down at pre-market low. Let's see if they rug pull us late into the close and then maybe gap us down on Monday. Pre-market low, we're still a cup $2.64 away from pre-market low at 594. That's a big level. That's a big level. It's getting close. It's looking heavy here, guys. Be careful. Looking very heavy. See if we get the break. Those 597 puts that, sorry, 596 puts that we took a few minutes ago are already up quite nicely. We're printing 42 cents here. Beautiful. All right, the bear flag is triggered here on the short-term time frame. Oil's still strong. War is bad and all, but good session. Thank you, Anonymous. It has been a good session for us. We've taken quite a number of put plays today on the market. Day trading, scalping back and forth, going with the trend. And we'll see if escalation wants to occur over the weekend. And yeah, IWM is melting away along with SPY. SPY's triggering this bear flag. We're already, these 596 puts are working out nicely. NVDA under its prior day low. Even energy is starting to sell off. Names like XOM being dragged down with the market. So definitely a pretty big fall in the markets today, and we'll see if we want to gap down on Monday. That could happen. But interesting to see rates still holding steady in the midst of everything. That's obviously a secondary headwind for the markets. UVXY perking up here, starting to push even more. SPY is going to breach those lows, guys. SPY is going to breach those lows. Does look that way. Contracts are still printing. The 596s are almost in the money on that dip, but again, I'm still going to hold, looking for more. I'll look at some semiconductors here. A little bit of a minor bounce. AMD backtesting the 20 moving average. Broadcom failing below the 7. SMH backing. No, I didn't get out of the Oklo puts. I'm still holding those. $60 puts, I'm still holding. I still think that chart is cooked. We're gonna get another lower close today down the session, but I'm still holding those. I didn't get out of the open. Just a little bit too many positions to manage. That's the only downside sometimes about swing trading and day trading. We got a lot of positions to manage. Thoughts on DKNG? Oh, massive breakdown. Interesting on DKNG. Look at that collapse. That's a nasty hourly chart below pre-market low or testing your pre-market low, so it's underperforming the indices. 4-hour chart, you're hitting your daily 7. I'd wait for DKNG after a big wide range bar breakdown like this to at least fill this gap at 35.81, but even then, this could be a potential little nasty lower high. So you could be just forming a wedge pattern. DKNG might need to chop around for a little bit more. You can see you even had a failed breakout here on the daily chart surface, so DKNG could potentially come back down to the low end of this wedge pattern. I would wait on that name. Not looking good. And remember, we have triggered a head and shoulders on Microsoft, so that's going to be an important one to watch. Largest company in the world. It's been outperforming pretty much everything. It'll impact the Qs, SPY, cloud stocks. So the head and shoulders downside target on Microsoft is still lower, takes us to about 469. So keep that in mind. We've got quite a bit of bearish patterns forming, and obviously Microsoft is the leading stock. You cannot deny, and you have to watch it and follow its movements. 3.5 trillion deep. It pulls the market up and down whenever it wants. Look at the dump on SPY, melting away. Every single pop is being sold into very, very sharply here. NVIDIA coming back down. Let's see Microsoft again. Microsoft melting away on the 5-minute chart. See that 15-minute chart. SPY going for the lows of the session here. 596 puts are in the money, guys. 596 puts are in the money. I'm going to hold these still. These are kind of an overnight weekend hedge. Unless we get into a move into the max pain level here, 594 pre-market low, that's where I look to cut these puts. But they're working out quite nicely. We just entered those a few minutes ago at the top of this bear flag wedge pattern, and it's falling. "25 minutes left in the tape. A lot of missiles are flying in both directions. Iran responding. The Iron Dome is being targeted. It's pretty crazy media out there. You can see all the missiles and countermeasures flying in the sky, lighting up the night. Obviously, that's creating a lot of market volatility. You have to pray for the people in Israel and in Iran. Both sets, there's a lot of innocent people on both sides being caught in the destruction. But we just have to trade what's in front of us. And there's certainly market volatility. Let's look at some of these war stocks again to see how they're doing. And if you guys want to take a peek at anything, let me know. Put some tickers in the chat and we will discuss. All right, SPY looking to backtest the wedge pattern breakdown zone. It is trying to firm up here. It's on SPY. Big bounce there. Lockheed Martin is staging a bit of a breakout here. LMT, this chart's looking pretty decent from a long standpoint. I'm actually looking at potentially entering a position here. Nice little daily chart peekaboo breakout. This one could head to 500 and that gap fill around 504 pretty quickly in the grand scheme of things. Still have a bit of a bear flag wedge pattern that has formed. Let's look at RTX on my other screen. Yeah, RTX just ripping here. I just took a small position in RTX, guys. Radeon RTX. Small position. I know it's a little bit overbought here, but it can squeeze higher. Nice little momentum trade. June 27th, 150 calls. One of the reasons I'm going there is because we hit 150 in the pre-market today. I believe that this stock is likely going to continue to get some momentum higher. Even if the markets, obviously with the war transpiring, even if the markets bounce, this stock can go higher. If the markets fall, this stock can go higher as seen today. It's up about 3.35% in a down tape. Yeah, RTX is a quality stock, especially in this type of environment. Definitely is. All right, SPY coming for another leg. Let's see if we can test this pre-market low. Bear wedge breakdown yet again. You're just seeing the dips, or sorry, you're seeing the pops being sold into at every turn. Every single turn, the pops are being sold into. Let's see if they want to dump it here. Again, if we get a late flush into the close into the 594 level, I'll look to take these 596 puts off of the table. But they're more or less another little hedge being swung over the weekend. IWM down 1.93, Q's down 1.36. Let's see if they want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Everything could be a little bit of a down tick here. Come on. Take her down. Take SPY down. New low of day. New low of day. Come on. Can you even see there's another wedge pattern here? Stand on these puts. Beautiful. Beautiful. Look at the melting price action. They are taking it down to a new low. Pre-market low incoming. Pre-market low incoming. Look at that. 596 puts are in the money. Still holding. We should still see more downward pressure, guys. We are going to see a nice little flush. I think the volume is still indicating that we go lower. The bear flag pattern, the lowercase h pattern. You know, just this little lowercase bear flag takes us down to 593. Some dip buyers are trying to defend the lows. Some dip buyers are trying to defend those lows. Yeah, SPY's up next. See, it's coming out 1.2 billion on the buy side. So we just did a little bit of a few more buys there on the swing trade side, issuing some alerts on the buy side, just adding to a couple call option positions. Octa is still interesting. That one just keeps knifing through support. Glad that we took profits off the 99.12 zone, locking in 90 cents. That one knifed through our long level. Octa is now coming up into that gap fill. If it were to flush into that gap fill by the end of the close, I'd take some call options on it. Does look very intriguing. OKTA. What else do we have? Trade I'm entering. June 27th, VLO. 140 call June 27th. Accumulating yet again a little bit of energy. That should have the wind at its sails. Should go up. It should. If the market's falling, it can go up. If the market's rallying, it can go up. Oil should maintain the majority of its gains here unless there's some sort of dramatic ceasefire. All right, guys, that's the market session. So some nice day trade today. We banked on SPY puts couple different SPY trades. We shorted SPY twice with some put options. We took SPY really for a down move off of this 599 zone, rode it down for a lovely 67 and then 84% gain. Net it was about just over 70%. Then we reshorted SPY, rode it down yet again, and then we're now swinging some SPY puts. So it was a nice little put play on SPY day today. Obviously a lot of swing longs got hurt, but that's just the nature of the beast. We did take some profits on some put plays. We still have some hedges on the table. Buying into some of this fear, accumulating some key longs. We've netted on XOM as well. So overall, let's just see how Bitcoin and crypto hold up on the weekend. I think that's a semi-positive sign, the fact that crypto actually is forming a bit of a bottoming tail in Bitcoin. And you did see names like MSTR go green on the session. So I'm curious to see how BTC holds up over the weekend. But still slightly negative, but not a bad tail candle forming on BTC. And again, like names like MSTR did close green with a nice daily bottoming reversal candle, which could send it back to the high of this range, call it 400. Nevertheless, thank you all for tuning in. Please give that video a like down below. And any final questions in the comments? It was certainly a lot of action-packed trading today. I issued a ton of alerts. I am exhausted. I'm gonna go eat some food, relax, kick back. Thank you, JP. Amazing trades. Yourself. JP also sends trade signals. I highly suggest giving him a little follow. Reach out to him, DM him if you're in our group. He predominantly just trades SPY options. But again, thank you all for tuning in. Surfers, thank you. And we'll see how we open. Maybe we get a gap down on SPX on Monday. You know, it certainly could be that potential. If you look at this little bit of a wedge pattern, we've really been in a sharp wedge pattern that we've breached. Can even call the wedge pattern like this, which you can see we're just teetering right on that support level on SPX. But we could want to test the daily 20 moving average, and even this pullback, you know, this is something that I'll do a video over the weekend, but a pullback into this 5900 zone for SPX should be welcomed by the bulls, because that would mean it's a retest of this breakout trend line. So we'll see if we get that pullback, but definitely a lot of selling. I don't think, considering some mega caps held steady today, names like Tesla held steady, Oracle still a beast. It wasn't a broad-based market sally. Even though every sector was down, you still saw pockets of strength. So a couple things to note. How is Bitcoin going to hold up on the weekend? Let's see if oil wants to build off of this momentum. But it's definitely looking like crude oil has a little bit more room to run, specifically on the weekly chart. RSI really not that overbought. Small intraday consolidated flag pattern on the 4-hour chart does give it another room to test the highs. So I'm very curious to see how oil responds, whether or not we get an escalation in the war in the Middle East or a de-escalation. Time will tell, but certainly the media is going to be pumping a lot of negative headlines over the weekend. You can bet on that. A lot of people have to work on Fridays. They don't get to watch the market like us and see the headlines being bombarded every single minute. So I do think that there could be potential selling on Monday, but we'll see. On that note, thank you all for tuning in. We'll see you on the charts a little later. Thanks, Peter. Thanks, Anonymous. We'll see you all.